So this is where I'm at in my life. I'm letting it go. I'm being me. I'm pulling the mask off that has weighed on me heavy. I am stripping myself bare and saying no more to the lies that we have created. Because we have to be honest as we are letting go. Some of us have held these lies and these masks for so long that we've forgotten the original story. God has slowly shown you in your awakening, and I'm talking to those who's awakening, okay? In your awakening, God has shown you your true self and the true self of others around you and the truth of others. Maybe you are seeing things for the very first time and it is showing you, the past. Watching this Cassie case and everything that is going on within this world at this time is pushing. It's like God is saying, I am birthing out something and I am creating something in my womb. And if you don't push out this negative shit and expose the truth, then you're going to have to repeat this season with this same dead weight. That's what I'm feeling. It's like God is saying, this is your opportunity to get it all out. Hello, this is your opportunity to say something. You want to close that door? This is your opportunity to say bye to a karmic cycle. You don't want these motherfuckers fucking with your energy no more? This is your opportunity to do that last return to sender. Okay? Because this shit is about to revamp. Okay? And with this new energy, you are going to either have let it go and have said, I'm going to take faith to be strong and push this shit out. And then I'm going to accept whatever the fuck comes. If people have something to say, just like Cassie. If people have something to say, fuck them. This ain't about that. This is about me releasing because I have been holding on to this and it's weighing me down. It's weighing me down. How can I take off and become my best version of self if I'm sitting here with a mask on my face still? This is mask off. This is what this is. Mask off. That's what the fuck this is in this season. I've tried to tell this story a million times and God is saying, I want you to tell your testimony because maybe there's somebody that needs to hear it. Or maybe it's not even about somebody at all. Maybe it's about the fact that they have been trying to keep your tongue tied to where you won't even be able to say the words. Okay? I can make a video about anything and everything to speak to you about anything, but once it comes to me trying to tell my story, my testimony, and all that I've went through, my awakening, my journey, where I last left off, okay, where am I now? It seems to be like something that somebody is saying, no, don't say anything. And I think this is where everybody is at in their life. It's like God is saying, you need to speak up. You need to speak up. I was in a family. I was born into a family that was a cult. We went to church every single day, nonstop. But no matter how much we went to church, it did not matter. It did not stop the fact that at home, I was being abused. I was being SA'd, all right, by my mother's husband. And my grandmother and my whole entire family created a meeting. But even in that meeting, after me exposing to my grandmother that I was being abused, she created a meeting to set up for us to say in front of our mother and all the family members, me and my brother, they asked us, were you being abused? And of course I said no, because I was scared. I was scared that if I said yes, that we probably would go through something much worse, because in everybody's eyes, they were screaming, please say no, please lie. Please go on the side that we've all chosen to. My family had been essayed and raped and abused and all types of things, to where they were now doing incest and a lot of different things to each other as small children that created a lot of sick mind, mental illness, and a lot of loss of self. This is the family that I grew into. Being a little girl and seeing the faces of small children inside of adult bodies staring back at me, it made me feel like, damn, I'm not safe here. So why would I ever say yes? I'm a girl from the hood. I live in the projects. My mother is a single parent and we don't have a dime to our name. Why would I say yes? It's easier for me to do what y'all want me to do right now in this moment, and that is say no. So I said no. When I said no at that moment, that shit put me all the way down inside of myself. I felt like get out. Like I had just sunk. And I became a part of my environment. I lived inside of my family and we did this shit for years. I lived around my mom, although my grandmother eventually took me in. I still seen her every single day. She assured us that she was never abusive and I was a good mom and I was this and I was that, although she had never been. See, the truth is, and that this is the truth that God has exposed to me, she never loved herself. My mother was a little girl functioning in a woman's body with kids living in the ghetto, trying to figure it out. She was broken. She suffered from mental illness and she harbored her demons and they grew. She kept inside the fact that she had been essayed and abused and mistreated and forgot about. And sometimes in her wrath, she will remind you of, this is my story too. But it was done in such a angry and now vicious way that spilled venom. My mother was lost. She had never received any counseling, just like me. Never received any therapy. But spirit would try to guide her and speak to her. And you know how I know this? Because spirit did the same thing to me. See, this is the thing. When you have your awakening, your spirit team has tried to have this same conversation with the next one. It's just that you woke up and you said, I received the call. I received that call. I'll take that call. That's what you did. They've all got the damn call. But the thing is, they hung up. They hung up because this meant if you have to come over here to me, baby, you're going to have to deal with your demons. You're going to have to face your lies. You're going to have to face the things you've done. You're going to have to face those people that you scorn. You're going to have to reveal your true self and pull off those masks. Mask off. Show yourself who you are first. And then now I'm going to show you who everybody else is. Because now these eyes are 2020 spiritual vision. This is what you gain over here on this side. A lot of people don't want to do that. They don't want to do the work. They feel like if I got to expose myself and tell who I am, tell that I was abusive, tell that I was this and tell that I was that. No, I don't want to do that. I'm going to stay over here in the cut. I don't need everybody in my business. People don't need to know what's going on with me. They don't need to know what's going on with my family, my kids, my this, because then people going to say, who gives a fuck about people? It's about setting yourself free so you can be light and float, okay? Growing up in my cult that I was in, it was abusive. She was mentally abusive, physically abusive. She said and did everything to us. I came to my mother one day and told her that I was molested at school, and my mother beat me off the toilet because she called me a lie. Because in her mind at that moment, her daughter was not being true. I know how I was as a young girl, so that must also be you. In her mind, maybe she thought I'm saving you. But in my mind, I thought, I can't stand you. This was the generational curse. I'd never seen it as that, y'all. I never called it those things. I saw my life as low. I thought that my imprisonment would be the repeated cycle. And I never knew how to break it. These were the same scars and bruises that my mother had and my grandmother had too. My grandmother grew up in a family where she was a pastor's daughter, a pastor's child. The same pastor that was her father was molesting not just her, but every other kid that was her sibling in the family. Her brother essayed her, and she told her mother, and you know what her mother said? I'll handle it. Don't say anything, because if you said anything, your daddy would kill your brother. It was wrong to reveal who they were. It was wrong to say that I am carrying a church on my back, but I'm at the house beating my children, my wife, taking bottles to the head, and sleeping with my kids, my wife, and half the ministry. The mask was I was the pastor. The mask is that my word is true. My grandmother hid herself for years, generations. I watched my grandmother grow into a sunken person before my very eyes. She took care of my mother's children, my aunt's children. She buried herself every day. I watched her. I would beg her sometimes, you need to leave us because we're destroying you. Me too. But because she was taught to wear the mask and remain studious, that's what she did. She held her head high, though her soul and her embodiment of self hung low. And she clung to her Bible. She taught herself how to wear a mask because that was not the last of her traumatic story. There is more to tell. But she taught herself with each and every scar, I'll put another mask on. I'll put another mask on. And this created her to raise children who put masks on. This created a family to put masks on. We knew how to shape shift, baby, to where it would seem like wasn't shit happening, but everything that you could think of in this cult was happening. But anytime that you would see us, oh, we're a good, clean Christian family. My mother was the choir director. She was close to the pastor. The same pastor that was having an affair. And on Sunday, when all the kids had to go to the back of the church and go downstairs, it was revealed that his mistress was in the front row pregnant. My mother was a choir director. I sung on that very choir. Wearing turtlenecks in the summer because I'm hiding scars on my body from being beat by my mother at home. I learned how to also wear that mask. I was taught, I was trained. Don't tell our business. What we got going on at home ain't nobody's business. And I don't even care if your grandma asks you. That's our business. Because if she do ask you and you say something, then the whooping you got earlier is going to be worse than the one you're going to receive when you get home. This was my training. I sat up, I put that mask on every single day. And although I wanted to explode and say what the fuck was going on in my life, I said nothing. I said nothing. I learned how to take the beatings of the world, the beatings of my family, the scars of myself, and I said nothing. Although I was in a family with, I felt people that maybe you could save my life, I said nothing. So here was my opportunity for me to finally say something, and I do. And I say something. But in that moment, when I realized, even my grandmother want me to say this ain't so. Even she want me to say this ain't happening so we can all pretend. I did exactly what they all wanted me to do. And I said no. This is why I have to let go of it all. I have to do it for not just myself, now, but for my past self, for a piece of my past, for a piece of them in a way, for a piece of everybody who has went through something. And if you've held on to it and said, but I'm not going to say nothing because if I do, maybe this is going to make it worse. But what if it sets you free? What if it do that? What if the thoughts of your mind is telling you this because it's actually your shadow saying, let's not say that. Let's not show that. But you're going to have to get your ass over here in this light, though. You're going to have to come over here in this light. My grandmother, I cover you still. For I know how it feels to try to put the mask on every day. Those layers are thick. They're thick and they become heavy, weighted. Your baby girl became a child molester. The very same thing that was happening to you as a child when you were young was now what your child had become. And due to the fact that she was also assaulted. Do you see this? This is the chain. This is the generational chain. Do you see these links? We have to break them. I found out after my spiritual awakening, because you will find out some things about yourself. God will show you before God showed you anybody else. That my son, 4 years old, was being molested by my aunt. 4 years old. I wanted to explode, but God said, I'm going to teach you something within this moment. And I've been learning, and I'm still learning. I am still learning, and God, I thank you. I thank you. There is something so familiar about all of this. And when I say this, I'm speaking of this being the normal thing that would happen in my family for somebody to be molested, you know, and it's that you hide. You don't tell anything. You don't say anything. You don't speak up. You don't be brave enough to say this is happening. And when you do, it's like nobody ever feels like, you know, let's talk about it. Let's speak about it. Let's share about it. You know, it's more like let's talk about it and then let's sweep it under the rug. Life it teaches you with trauma to be so holding. But if you really think about it, how can you successfully travel if you are carrying so damn heavy? How can you successfully travel if you are carrying so damn heavy? When my son shared that with me, I felt like you are brave. You are brave. You are brave to speak up, and you are brave to say something. You are brave to tell me that this is happening, because I remember when that same thing was happening to me and I did say something about it. Nothing was ever done about it. Nothing was ever done about it. No situation was ever created from that, and nothing was ever learned. I didn't feel healing. I didn't feel nothing. I felt that it was my fault. I felt that I was to blame, and I know this to be my same aunt, the one who did this to my child. This is her story too. And you know why I can speak on this so lightly? It's because God is healing me in this area. And this is the reason why. God is healing my child in this area. God is going to heal a lot of people with this same situation in this area at this moment. It is going to expose the person who's done something, but it's going to free someone else. It's going to free someone else. My aunt told me a story when I was young. Me and my aunt, I lived in a house with her and my grandmother after, moving in with them because my mother was abusive. And my aunt told me a story about how her cousin moved in with her and she was being essayed by him, and how that made her feel so low. And it was like her mother was so broken. My grandmother was so broken about it, but my grandmother went to a place of darkness, and so my aunt was just like, I just want this situation to be done. So she didn't say anything about it. She didn't say anything about it at all. She went on in her life, and she felt like, I'm just going to heal in whatever way that means. And that was no healing at all. The same type of healing that my same mother, her sister, was getting, none. That's the type of healing that they both was receiving. They buried themselves in church. They felt like, if I go to church, if I'm showing up in church, if I'm tithing, if I'm up in here in this church. But once we went home, everybody was pedophiles and abusive and all this other shit. Church wasn't doing nothing. It wasn't doing a damn thing but putting a mask on for them to look like I am doing something else. My aunt was working at juvenile centers and all this type of stuff around children for years. Having the scar of being essayed, that is a heavy scar. It could create you to either turn into your the person who's done something to you. Okay, I'm trying to look for the word. It can turn you into your attacker, or it can create you. It could turn you into your attacker, which creates more victims, or it can create you to be very, very, very inside, where you become very non-promiscuous. You don't want to do anything when it comes to sexual nothing. It can turn you very inward to yourself, okay? It can turn you into many things. This incubus and succubus, okay? Now we're going to go spiritual on this, because my story deals with heavy spiritual. Was traveling through my spiritual, my generation, was traveling through my generational line. Remember, since my grandmother was being sexually assaulted by her brother, and the father was doing it to the children, okay? Now listen to this. I want y'all to listen, because this is how you apply spiritual to your 3D. Whether they want to call your ass a kook, crazy, or whatever, please be in tune. This entity, who knows where it came from? It probably was jumping on the father when he was young, by his line. Jumping on the mother. Jumping on the mother's mother. And all the way down to the ancestral line when the damn slaves, our ancestors, were being assaulted, okay? Abused, whipped, okay? This is where all the whippings and an abuse, this is where the shit starts. You see it as, oh, I'm just disciplining my child. I'm just making sure that I show them that they're not going to get out of line, that they're not going to be disrespectful. that they're not gonna, yada, yada, yada. But really, what you're doing is you're making your child scared of you. You're making your child scared of you. Like, let's just call the thing what it is. Let's not sugarcoat what the fuck the thing is. The thing is that you are definitely trying to cause fear within your children, because this is how we all felt when we were getting our ass whoops. Is you were fearful. You were fearful of mama or daddy or grandma or whoever was doing it was going to whoop you. So that's the reason why you got yourself together. It was not so much because you had respect. It's not because you had discipline to where you felt like, I don't want to do that to this person, or I don't even want to fuck the person. I just don't want to do that to myself. I don't want to be this way for me. Okay, it was not because of none of those reasons. It was because I am scared that I'm going to get whooped. Okay, you don't get it. My mama will bust me in my head. We all have those stories. And it's actually kind of funny how we just kind of just breeze it off. But when you think about it, it's very traumatic, and it's trauma. Okay, some of us, our stories might be, oh, I just, my mama used to pop me, or she would say, but some of us had some dark stories. Okay, I remember being drug up and down hallways where my mother hitting me all in the face with belt buckles. And I'm having to go to school with turtlenecks on in the summer because I'm having to hide scars that my mother put on me. If you would ask my mother for seconds as a little kid in her house, okay, after she's fed you what she wanted to give you, she would beat you if you asked for seconds. Because I told you no. And let's say if somebody was over at the house and you wanted to do that and you knew, okay, now she looking at you, you pushing it. You know damn well you wouldn't be asking me that shit if they weren't here. So now you trying me. So guess what? Now I'm gonna do the ultimate worst when they leave. My mother would tell me, I'll put your hands over the fire on the stove and burn your hands. And I would be looking at her like, where the hell is this shit coming from as a little kid? Like, this is dark and scary up in this place. This is the type of shit that I went through. Okay, I would have to double check, are you good? I would go sit down there with my grandmother in her place, okay, because I'm from New York. My grandma lived in Brooklyn, but I was raised in Harlem. I would sit at my grandmother's house and I would ask her, because I always would say something. That's the thing. I would always speak up in ways, but I was taught to be conditioned to be. Have you ever seen Kunta Kinte, when he was the slave that always would try again, and they were like, I'm gonna cut your feet off, and he finally was like, okay, you know what, my name ain't Kunta, my name is Toby. This is what the situation that it was basically like in my life. Okay, I would go over to my grandmother's house and I would have to check, like, have you ever said, you would burn my mother's hands over the stove and my uncle, because my uncle was her other son, and she would say, no, I would never do that. She was like, your mother got that from blank, blank, blank. And she would, she used to name somebody. But I would be thinking, it was just stories like that I would tell. And it was things that I had like that I now, God had to reshape my mind and say, this is why you can tell it light. Because your mother was very abused. Her household was worse than what I was experiencing. My mother watched as my grandmother was brutally raped and abused and battered straight in front of her on many of nights. She would be in her room hearing my grandmother screaming from the top of her lungs, getting abused by my aunt's father. This is the life that she lived, knowing that I every day have to go home to a man who's also a child essayer as well. That I also have to not say anything to my own mother. That I also have to pretend that this is not happening, because if I do, my mother would be upset and we would get into it, because me and my mother don't have a great relationship. My grandmother and my mother couldn't stand each other, and sometimes I would want to use words as they hated each other. All I ever heard growing up was them screaming and ramping and raging of how much, my mother was a disappointment and you was a dishonor to me. And I just wish I didn't have you. And you've always been a demon. And all these things that I would hear my grandmother say about my mother. And my mother just would take it inside, come home and beat the crap out of us because of all of the bruises that she received from her mother. I didn't understand that as a child, as I was getting drugged down the hallways and screaming for my life. I didn't understand that. That wasn't something that I knew at that time. This was something I had to awaken to. This was things that God had to say, you were asleep, I need you to wake up. I didn't know that the reason why that I had grew up and now became abusive and screaming and yelling at my own children, not going as far as what my mother, but still screaming, yelling, popping, whooping, speaking things like, oh my God, you're getting on my nerves. These were the conditions of my own environment, the chain. This is the generational chain. But remember, when I said right now, this is mask off. I myself had my now son. And now I'm sitting here having to yell and blow up all so big over things like the house is not clean. Oh, this is not happening. Oh, that's not being done. And you know why? Because this is what I saw. This is the record that we replay over and over and over again. You see how in horror movies they have that track being played over and over again and it's so sinister? That is because this is the representation of what we do in our lives. We replay this shit over and over and over again. But it's time to say and cut this shit. God had to show me myself before I can show you others. Who are you being? Who are you? Who are you being? Who are you? I was abundant in harvest to have a child that would tell me, Mommy, I'm tired of the way that you talk to me. At 7, reality check. Sometimes your children will be sent here to say, I need to wake you up. You're getting the calls, but are you listening? Are you picking up? We've all got these same calls. Do you remember I said that? You've said to your parent, I don't like the way you're talking to me. You're making me feel bad. You gave them some signals. I did the same thing. But my mother would dismiss it. And she would yell at me and tell me I'm challenging her. And we would get into this war. And I would be crying because all I want you to do is understand me. And she's thinking to myself, nobody understand me, so motherfucker, I don't understand you. We've all got the calls. You had the calls, Mom. You had the calls when you talked to your mom. When she had the calls. You would tell your mom, ring, hello. I don't like the way you're talking to me. When you call me a bitch, that really hurts me. When you say because I'm being promiscuous, I'm a HOE, that really hurts me. When the truth is, I was touched, I was hurt. I'm just like you. This is really what I'm going through. But her mother would say, click, I'm not hearing that shit. I've been through everything. You don't even understand my level of pain. I was being raped by my brother. My mother never said a thing. She sat there and watched my pain every single day. And then when that shit got big, she said, oh, okay, it's time for you to go away. So now she hangs up on her child. And now her child hangs up on her child, which is me. God is saying, now I'm calling you. Do you hear me? I'm sitting there as my son is looking in my face and he is around 6 or 7 years old, and he's like, I don't like the way you talk to me, and it makes me feel bad. I was gratitude. I have so much gratitude, and I have so much harvest in my heart for hearing your words, for hearing the call. I decided that I was not going to be the one to be hitting my children. But for that, I had to face now arrows. Arrows of, oh, you're trying to be like this person. This is what my mother would tell me. You're raising your children, no disrespect, but a white woman, and all of this different stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, I just don't want to be like you. But I had no notion in my mind how to create that non-being like this person, right? Because this is what we think. I just don't want to be like this person, but you don't know how to do that. You don't know how to non-create yourself into not being like this person, when, to be honest, it's for you to learn. You have to learn. You have to learn. To say what the truth is, to say this, what your scars is, to say what you've been through, to expose a level of yourself. And if this is things that you can't do, then this is the side that you can't cruise. I had to look at myself in the mirror as, wow. And even then, I'm not going to tell no false realities on this camera. Even then, I still didn't understand. That shit still didn't resonate inside of me. I still felt like, well, I'm telling you to do this. And although I'm yelling at you, because this is the thing, I did not hit, my children, but I would yell. I would scream. I would curse. I would say all this shit and go crazy, because I felt like this was the only way that I could create myself to create a level and a sense of respect, because I felt like I have to show myself as not being weak, because I've been stomped on, and I've had this situation happen to me, and I've had this situation happen to me, and you don't understand that I'm really trying to help you to be. No, if you don't have no type of healing inside, you are, yes, creating the same chain. You are. You creating the same chain, and you don't even know that you're doing it. This is how all of us have, this is every single one of your ancestors, every single one of your aunts, your uncles, everybody. This is the test that they have to face. What am I mirroring? We are mirrors and reflection of each other. What am I mirroring? How can I call you abusive and not realize that I have the same trigger in me? How can I call you a rapist if I don't know that I have that same trigger? It might not go as far, but there is something in there that might be the same. This was something that I had to realize with myself, within my mother's, and where it came from, how it came from the originator, which is my grandmother, which is the real OG, my great grandmother, and go on and go on. My great grandmother, beautiful, creative, loyal, but to a fault. Loving her husband so much, being the pastor's wife, and seeing him go to church every time, and you're leading people, but leading them in the path of what? Righteousness. Okay? You're sleeping with the congregation, you're beating me and my children. You get me pregnant over and over and over, keep me pregnant so I'll stay glued to this house. My great grandmother had 12 children. Now you mean to tell me this creative soul couldn't do nothing, because the only thing you were good for was for housemaking, because now you're sitting in a house every single day taking care of a new child, and they were in poverty. Why? Because of the fact that you are keeping this woman pregnant with all these children just so you can run out in the streets and act bad, like they say. Okay? Papa was a Rolling Stone. Act bad, like they say, out in the streets, because you had this incubus on you. This thing, this entity. These are spirits. Whether you want to say it's not, it is a spirit that is attached, that has created a hole to this person. And guess how it grows in your hiding? Oh, it festers in your hiding. It don't need no type of sunlight in order to grow. Matter of fact, it dwells inside the dark so well, and it loves the dark. It is loyal to the dark. And it wants you to stay so buried inside of yourself that you will never even tell the truth. You will go to church every day and be a pastor knowing that you are insecure about your own sexuality. And this is probably the reason why you have the addiction to being a narcissistic warlock shapeshifter. And you know why everybody knows you're a shapeshifter? Because you shape yourself every Sunday to lead this flock and say that you are under the soul and the doctrine of God, knowing that you are not. You're not dealing with your own shadows. This is the type of stuff that we don't talk about, and it grows and it grows. But this is mask off. Remember I said this is mask off. And you're going to hear my voice go in and out because every time I've tried to drop this story, something tries to happen to my throat chakra. But I got some water over here. We're going to thug it out. Now, going on. My great-grandfather would, put this mask on that everything was okay. But the thing was, no, it was not okay. There was things going on. There were things going on. And although I'm sure you love God. I'm sure God was good to you in different ways in your heart that made you feel like I even want to be a pastor. But the truth is that you knew that you should have stepped down because that was the right thing to do. Right, y'all? But every day, my great-grandfather went to church and put on this mask that created his children to put on masks, and they held the household demons, the succubus going in through the house, the abuse going through the house, the man leaving the family, the women being so Jezebel energy and feeling like I'm owning the family. I'm gonna speak up to my way. All of that stuff was going on, and then they just broke off and felt like I'm gonna do my own life, and I'm gonna create my own. And I'm going to bury the fact that each and every last one of us is suffering inside. And my grandmother was one of the ones. So on our side of the fence, things were happening, but it was not just happening on our side of the fence. It was happening in 12 different directions. Remember, there were 12 who then created their own families. So like I said, having my grandmother have her nephew to come over and to stay with her in New York because he's getting in trouble in Mississippi. She's talking to her sister. Her sister's like, okay, yeah, he could go ahead and stay with y'all for a while. First, she's like, because, his cousin and him get along so well. Cousin being my aunt. My grandmother didn't think anything of it. She didn't think any of it, and she didn't see any of the signs. She didn't pay attention, and she didn't realize what was happening in front of her because this was the same markers where her mama missed it. And remember, she was taught to miss that shit too. She was taught to put that away and put it under that rug over there, and we just gonna rub you and we gonna all pretend nothing ever happened. We're gonna say nothing happened. We're gonna probably talk about it in our own thing, cry about it. Put your big face on and walk it out. This was the shaping that she gave her own daughter. So when she invited that succubus and that narcissistic person inside of her house that had that demon attached to him, that then attached that demon to my aunt, my grandmother missed every single sign that told her. And with that same training that she had, she then applied that training to her own child. This is the links. Those generational links. But remember, today is mask off. My aunt said to me before when I was younger. She said, I used to drink bottles, throw them back. And I was only 12 years old. And I would be so drunk. Your grandmother would leave bottles around the house and I'll just drink whatever was left in the bottle cans. And, we would have these kickbacks at the house and stuff, and I'll be drunk, and I became very promiscuous. I used to be touching myself and touching other kids in camp. And my aunt told me how she was in a relationship with a girl that nobody knew about, and all these things that she hid inside. All these things that she hid inside of herself, because she felt like, I am burying a damn spirit inside of me. I am burying an entity inside of me. I am holding this demon inside of me, and this demon was growing. It had grew with my great grandmother, that had grew with my great grandfather, that had grew with their parents, then grew with my grandmother, growing with my mother, and growing with trying to grow with me. But remember, this is mask off. My aunt used to talk to me so much about the things that she had experienced, because just like I told you at the top of the story, I had been through being essayed and molested and raped, a few different things myself. Not only that, by the hands of her very own sister, she knew that I was experiencing being also abused. Although my aunt might have grew into her, version of what her monster was, which was a child molester, one thing that she never was physically abusive. Okay? Might have been mentally, but not physically. She was never physically abusive, and that was something that she never ever agreed with. She felt like, I can't stand the fact that your mother will put her hands on you and this and this and that, knowing what, we've all experienced growing up. And I used to feel like, wow, that is great, because I really, really, really need somewhere to be, somewhere. So, as a child, her living with my grandmother, I spent a lot of time at their house in Brooklyn. So me and my aunt grew very close, and she didn't really like my mother at all. Like I said, they had a relationship where I would say they hated each other. They would have a good relationship, but then that thing was sour before you knew it. And I never understood why that was. But my grandmother would always tell me, she never had good relationships with her sister. And she had lots of sisters. Lots of sisters, okay? Many sisters. I believe it was like five or 5 or 6 of my great aunts, okay? And my grandmother would always tell me, they feel this way or they feel this way. And then, my great grandmother didn't have, good relationships with her mother, and so on and so on. My grandmother later in life told me a story about how she finally left home. She said that the abuse at home became so horrible that she decided to leave and go move in with a family member. She said her sisters had moved out and became pregnant, but then when they came back home, they brought their babies. She would tell me how, she would wake up to dirty diapers being on her bed and being in her room. And when she would tell her mother would barely have anything to say. I would ask my grandmother, why didn't your mother ever say anything? And she said my mother was cut down. She was broken. She had already been conditioned. So a lot of the stuff that would happen within the family, she'd just go, and keep it moving. She said that my great-grandmother had become fearful of, her husband. And she just wanted to maintain peace in the house. So there was a lot of things that she didn't speak of. She told my grandmother's mother, that maybe you should go ahead and move out. My grandmother was just a teenager at this time. But this was something that was familiar also within my family. Whenever something would happen, we would pick up without any healing, without any ways of knowing how to heal, and just move on and think that our lives was going to become different. But all we would do was carry our burdens with us. So that's the link again. That's the generational curse. Them growing up in a household together was war. They're both going through the same thing, but not knowing how to pick each other up because shit, they don't know how to pick themselves up. So, as I was a little girl, I spent a lot of my time at my grandmother's and my aunt's house because my mother was so abusive and my mother started to have a lot of children, a lot of them, and it became a full house. So eventually I moved in with my grandmother and I felt like this would be a better space, but it went from physical abuse to emotional abuse. And the reason why I say emotional abuse is because, like I said, who can raise anybody and who can teach anybody when everybody in the family is experiencing the same exact trauma and we all are just sitting in a mixing pot, stirring it up, making more and more kids and trying to grow our lives and trying to create this mess as if nothing is happening, not coming to reality with the fact that we're being called and we are not answering none of these calls as God is trying to give to us. I need you to take off that mask of this is who you are. I need to take off that mask of this is what happened to you. I need you to take off that mask of this is how you really feel. I need you to take off that mask on you need to remove some people. This was something that we were not doing. So we were creating the same narratives over and over and over again like a fucking record. Like a fucking record. Our ancestors as slaves was SA'd all the time. It shows it in movies. It highlights it. It'll show you that your ancestors was experiencing this level of trauma. And sometimes the woman would have to go through it by who they would call sir or master and then turn around and go home. And now your husband is putting his hands on you because now he sees you as trash because you just got served out by the white man. And you had nowhere to be vulnerable, nowhere to be divine feminine, nowhere to be a empress. You didn't have that leisure. And the reason why my message is mostly solely to my divine feminines is because, and it's also divine masculines too, because just wait, y'all would just pack y'all shit up, divine masculines, and just bounce, leave the relationship because of now you can't look at your woman for what has taken place with her because she's supposed to be what? A strong black woman. But where do you get to take the mask off that I sometimes it's not that strong, baby. I'm strong, but sometimes I need to have a place where I can lay my motherfucking burdens down and say how I am and what is really happening in my life. Nowhere, because everybody looks at you when you're this. They feel like you're supposed to be this level of strength. And that's true because your trauma and your situations do create you to be strong. But sometimes you need to be able to be vulnerable too. Our ancestors was SA'd. And that was a spirit that roams heavy within my cults. It did. It roams heavy within that cult, okay? And my cult was ran by mostly women. The men, like I said, they scurried. They left. They packed their stuff. They left. Once they started getting old enough or, as I got older, I started to see, my grandmother, she clung, even though I say my grandmother had a son, my grandmother clung closer to her daughters. She clung closer to her daughters. Okay? I guess she felt like, in my eyes, the boys in my family kind of was a little bit more successful. But the women, we went through a lot of trial, a lot of tribulation, a lot of things. And women, they have children. And so I need to cling closer to my daughters, okay? Maybe this was the mindset, but for whatever reason, growing up, I seen my grandmother kind of like want to pour more into her two daughters than she would into her son. But guess what? My uncle was the one who was a little bit more accomplished. Was the one who had a family dynamic. Was the one who was trying to get his mind together, his soul together, his spirit together. I felt like as a kid, why are y'all two a little bit more cuckoo, but you are doing a little bit more better? You're off to college doing your thing. My mother is living in a ghetto. beating us, and my aunt is at the house having babies at 17 also, just like my mom, and living with my grandmother. Why is it like this if, and this person is like that? And what God showed me is because this person said, I'm going to take my new beginning, cut some things off, and I'm going to move on. And that's the thing. The men would move on. The men would either move on and leave bitter, or they would move on and say, I'm just going to create my own life. I'm not mad. I just am doing my own thing. Okay, but they would move the hell on. My coat was full of women. Women ran the house. Single women that did not choose to be single. This was something that they felt was stripped away from them. Okay. And maybe the man leaving and not being applied to the family, that's the curse as well. Because like I said, it goes back to our ancestors, sir, master, calling them all the time. I need you to come over here to this, and I need you to do over this, while they're trying to pull them away from their family. Sometimes they will strip these families away from each other on purpose. They would take the husband away from the wife and sell the wife and the children. This is the curse, the conditioning of the family. And this is the demon, the entity that roamed within mine. I didn't grow up seeing my father. I didn't know who my father was until I was 25 or 26 years old. I found my father on Facebook. I went on Facebook and I knew his name because my mother had always told me his name. My grandmother had his name, but I had never seen this man. And something inside my intuition said, this is your father. I sent him a message and he was like, yeah, I've always known about you. If you're ever in New York, because I wasn't living in New York at that time, look me up. I had never, ever, ever met my father. I never met my father at that present time. My family had one man and one teenager and one little boy. And that was it, me growing up, until we all split off and now grew up and we started creating our own dynamics. That was because this was the conditioning of the spell work. The spell work did not sometimes just come from, see, when we speak of spell work and the spiritual, we feel like, oh, that shit just happened. Sometimes this spell work and these hexes and curses, this is some shit that has happened all the way back when your great grandma was around, and that shit was passed to your grandma, that was then passed to your mama, and they all been trying to figure out how the fuck do I get it off me? How do I get it off me? Because it's destroying me inside. It's creating me to be so fucking hollow. Like I said, it's like get out. I'm stuck within myself and don't know how to get out. I sometimes am crying inside and something would dry the tears off my face with paper towel and tell me to sit up and act normal. Okay, put that mask on, that everything is back okay. And I am trying to get the fuck out of this too. But in order to do that, I gotta expose myself, is what God says. And I'm just not ready to show everybody who I really am. But it's like I said, it's not about everybody. It's about you. It's about you. It's about saving your soul and saying, I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm going to detach and it's time for me to take off. It's to remove the mask. Okay. But every day, remember, the slaves were taught to hide. They were taught to hide themselves and not tell the truth and act like nothing was happening and don't even talk about the abuse. Be quiet. Around the plantation, you couldn't even talk about it. You couldn't even talk about it. And this was the same conditioning from within my family. You couldn't even talk about it. You couldn't even talk about it. If you talked about it, if you told my grandmother or somebody that you felt like this is a person that can save my life, that I'm going through this, they would quickly try to clean the situation up real quickly and let's move on, because I don't really want this to get out. Do you know what this would do? Sometimes my grandma would say, ooh, ooh, ooh. That's what she would do. Not ooh is bad, but ooh, I knew it. My grandmother knew things. I come from a spiritual background that hid their mask over their face and said, I am something else, just like my ancestors had to do. But it became dark because their souls became dark and darkened. Okay, let me say that again. I come from a very spiritual family that have gifts. Okay? When I was young, my grandmother would know something, and I would think, damn, how did you know that? You know, as a kid, you think that is a normal within your household. Okay, your mama just knew you was just doing this, and they say, oh, this is a mama's thing. Or your wife just feel like, I think you're cheating, and you just say this is this. It was like that, but it was stronger. My grandma would have dreams and tell me stuff, and it would definitely turn out exactly like her dream had said it to be. This was my regular life. My mother was very knowing of certain things. And when you are a child of God and you were sent here to do a mission, a called mission, this is the reason why you have always been so hungry to be in church. Okay? Because you know that I dwell in every single religion. I dwell in every single thing. God does. God, universe, source does. Okay? I dwell in all things, good and bad. So when God is saying, I know that you're trying to find me, but this is the same shit that your grandma or your great grandma did, but you are not paying attention to those calls, you will fall and your gift will become dark. It will darken. My grandmother knew a lot of things. Grandmother told me a story about how her father and her mother were joining a Masonic temple. And they went all the way up into the process of going through with the ceremony. But then the Eastern Star, which is the women, would have to ride a goat. I used to laugh as a kid because I really didn't know what the hell this stuff was meaning to me. I didn't know what the hell Masonic temples and Eastern Stars and all these different things were. Okay, so the story was funny and I would laugh. My grandmother told me by the time your great grandmother found out that she had to ride a goat, she was like, goat? She packed up her stuff and got her purse and ran up out of there. And she was like, and your great grandfather was running after her like, girl, what is going on? And she was like, her mother said she never looks back. Okay, now just think about it. These were the same pastor and first lady that he was trying to do any and everything, join any and everything, do any and everything to accumulate money, to accumulate funds, to accumulate status, to accumulate bigger honor. We're talking about a time where you still have to look at the white man and say, sir, this is the time that I'm talking about. Okay, this is a time that I'm talking about. I'm not talking about now, today, where you feel like I could work something. Now we, being African American and Mexican, Hispanic, and Asian, and all these different races, and we can be in higher positions. I'm talking about a time where, excuse me, this was that time. So of course, anything that I can do, anything that I can join, anything that I can touch or create in order to have finances and financial gain, I'm ready to be down with that shit. Because what I want is for my family to get into a better house, because we living in the ghetto. Okay? These were those times. These was those times. So my grandmother grew up and seen that as her life. So in my family, there also was a lot of oh my goodness, everything was done for money. I mean, anything was done for money. If I had to get into an argument with you and create you to fall out and we're family over money, that's what I'm going to do. And that spirit, it reigns in a lot of melanated culture and urban culture. It reigns a lot within our past trauma, childhood trauma, growing up, not really having enough, or growing up and everybody is fighting each other for whatever it is that you do have. So this was another layer of the mask. Another layer of the mask was to not only hide the abuse, okay? This is where we get this, our ancestors, okay? Not only hide the fact that we're being sexually assaulted and there's a lot of incest running rampant, okay? Because we talked about how my great grandfather would sleep with, touch a lot of his children. My grandfather would touch a lot of his children, and we don't even know about other children, other, people that could have been, attacked or hurt or whatever, victims from this same person. But then also having your wife to have 12 children. Sometimes we say, oh my God, grandma and granddaddy was getting it. But a lot of times grandma and granddaddy was getting it. That's what y'all think. Grandma and granddaddy was going through a lot of stuff, and grandma felt like I have to submit myself to granddaddy and give him whatever it is that he wants, because I really don't have a voice in this. And we back in the South, and this is all the way back then, and if I really speak up, I'm gonna have to go back to my situation where my daddy probably was doing stuff to me and beating on me and all this. So I'd rather just deal with this, because at least this thing is mine. So grandma felt like I'm just gonna go ahead and let granddaddy do whatever it is that he's doing and pretend that I don't know, and I'm gonna 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 hold these damn kids, and I'm gonna have my kids, and I'm just gonna be in this house, and I'm gonna just try to be happy. This is what grandma was really going through. And granddaddy was just really getting grandma pregnant this many times, because I feel like I want you to sit your ass in this house, and I really don't want you to be out, because I can see your potential, I can see your light, and I know that you are very beautiful, you're very charismatic, all these things, okay? Because grandmas back then had it going on. And we're not saying granddaddy was ugly, but it's that granddaddy was controlling. Granddaddy had something over him, okay? And a lot of these situations, this is where warlocks and shit started from. And we want to talk about warlocks now in our lives and all the things we went through, but we don't understand how grandma was going through her own warlock. Your mama had a warlock too. Okay, your great had a warlock, and so did your ancestor. They all was slaying this shit, and these are the chains. But remember, this is mask off. Going through these same situations with seeing, people like the boys and the guys leave out our lives. My uncle, my brother, all of these people that were men that would leave out our lives, and they would just go within our family. I felt like, oh my goodness, like this family is like cursed when it comes to that man relationship, because even though my uncle was a good uncle, my uncle also had a lot of females that he would deal with, and a lot of things that he would do in his life privately that came from his own scars. My uncle also was sexually assaulted as a boy, as a African American boy in the hood. Do you really think that you can say something like that and people would hear you? That people would really respond to, oh my God, this happened to you? Now they're labeling you as now being gay because this happened to you. Or they're saying that you're going to be like this or that, not knowing that this is a young boy and he needs help. He needs help. So a lot of times these young African American boys, and just boys period, will hide the fact that shit has happened to them because they don't want to be labeled. So they wear a mask. They don't talk about, oh, this is why I'm out here dating all these girls, and this is why I switch partners every time, and this is why I'm running through, different females' houses, and I'm going through this. And if their attacker was a man, this could create not even just a man, a woman too. This could create some type of sexual entity to attach yourself to them, to now pull on them sexually, right? It's pulling on them already because they feel like I was sexually lowered to where I didn't have enough power within myself to restrain this person off of me. I was broken. I had to submit myself in a way that I did not want to be submitted to. So now this does create sometimes a sexual demon. And this, or a sexual entity that will be on this now child, and it will cause them to start feeling things like being hypersexual, or being very promiscuous, or being very sunken within themselves and sexually awkward, or create them to be very openly sexually to a lot of different things like same-sex relationships. Okay. If it's not brought to a space of, this can be something we talk about, this is an open space, this is a loving space and a healing space, this will make them feel like this is something that I just want to hide and brush away. And sometimes their minds will even put it away to where you won't even remember. Some people have been sexually assaulted and they don't even remember. And this is what my own testimony was, is also about, because I've had been sexually assaulted when I was a child, and now that I am older in my in my spiritual growth with God, God is showing me like almost snippets and visions that's coming back. Memories are coming back of what I went through as a child and how I was also sexually assaulted. Sometimes I will have dreams and vivid memories of things that have happened, and this is the mind, because as you heal, the mind now opens up. Okay? The mind, it closes itself as a shock response to what the hell I just been through, especially if the body and the soul is saying, I can't go through this, I can't experience this, because I will damn near bury myself or almost like take myself out of here. Sometimes your mind will close itself like a vault to say, okay, let's just box this shit in and not do it. That's also where this spirit of not saying nothing and not speaking up, that shit comes into play. I had a friend, and me and my friend used to hang around each other a lot. She was someone that I met from school, and trauma bonding. When you are young, you will have friends, and most likely sometimes they will have the same type of things that you went through or stuff that you came out of. And this is sometimes why we have became friends with people within the past, is because we feel like, oh, their stories are so much like ours, not knowing that those scars still are festering with inside of them, just like it is you. And this was the energy of my friends that I had within the past. They had been essayed, they have been raped, they have been, touched as small children. And growing up now as teenagers, my friends were super and hyperly sexual. So I had a lot of friends that were into a lot of different things, with older guys, and would hang out around older guys. And I myself was doing the same shit that they was doing, hanging around older guys, dealing with older guys and everything like that. But I wasn't so afraid of what would happen if me and you became sexual, because I know that you are a man. So I would relationships with females because I felt like this is a way for me to sneakily do what I want to do without having the consequences of having children behind it. So a lot of times my friends would date boys and stuff like that. I was always in relationship with females. But we had the same shit going on. Although they was doing a lot of, tricking and shit with dudes, I was doing the same shit, but just with females. I remember my friend invited me to a party. She's having a kickback, and we all chilling and everything like that. And she invited some guys over, and we're hanging and we're chilling. And I don't want to seem like a square, pure pressure. You don't have the confidence to speak up to yourself for yourself. You don't have courage to say certain things. So I'm at this, kickbacks, party, and we're having drinks, and the guys are just like, giving us weed and alcohol and all these different types of things, not even thinking my safety is in at risk, not even thinking that I'm around a whole bunch of teenagers who are not thinking about protecting themselves. And I knew not a motherfucking thing about protecting myself at this space either, But this was the type of environments that I would have myself in, due to the fact that I didn't know how to properly have, sense enough to know how to protect myself. I didn't have those tools. I'm having, this kickback, and we're having fun, and we all end up, falling asleep at the end of the night. I wake up in the grand rising, and I have hickeys all over my neck. My belt buckle is undone. My pants are still up, but I was very much so. My belt was undone, pants was unbuttoned, hickeys on my neck. And this was just one of the situations that have happened to me within my life, due to the fact of me being a reckless teenager, due to the fact of me going out here trying to create different dynamics for my life, not knowing how to properly know how to protect myself, not knowing how to have discernment, intuition for an environment, for my surroundings, and all those things. I held that for a really long time and never even told anybody in my family about the fact that, something could have happened to me at this kickback that I was still not aware about. At this same place, one of our other friends was saying how, there was some guys trying to SA her in the room upstairs because she was intoxicated. We all were intoxicated. These were men that were in their 20s, and here we were 16, 17, and a few of us 18 years old having this little kickback with all of these grown men, and they are taking advantage of the fact that we don't know how to properly scope the fact that we are not being protected at this moment. I have made some very dumb decisions due to the fact of me not having a certain awareness and proper skill of knowing how to protect myself. I never knew what a predator looked like, although I was around a predator most of my life. Most of my life lived in houses with predators. Even growing up and becoming a teenager, being around, peer pressure, and now you are around, friends that's went through the same shit, like I said, like you, and now you have to fall into that submission, or now you're going to be isolated and things such as that. And when you go through trauma and childhood trauma, abuse, and all those things, your self-esteem is a low. So the first time somebody says, oh, you're lame because you don't want to do this or you want to do that, you fall right into that trap of saying, okay, let me do it, so therefore I won't look like I am something. I did a lot of things to not look like stuff. I put up with a lot of things to not look like the truth of what I was, which was afraid. Okay? There were certain rooms that I would go into as a teenager and I was scared for my fucking life. But I did it because of the fact that I felt like if I don't do it, then this person is not going to like me, and this person is not going to want to be cool with me, and I'll lose my friendships and all these things because of the fact that I felt like home life was not secure. So I'll do anything now in these streets to create friends and to create friendships. I put myself in a lot of unsafe situations because I was not being properly guided by my intuition, because I never listened. I never tried to fall in tune. I would hear that voice telling me not to do it, but the voice that said just do it, just do whatever they're saying to do, spoke louder, because this was the voice that was taught to me as a child to listen to. But I have love for myself and empathy for myself, knowing that those moments were the moments that I learned. I had to learn. I had to grow within those spaces. These were some dangerous spaces. Inside of this space where I'm talking about being at this kickback / freak off at my friend's house, still to this day, I have no memory of what exactly happened. But like I said, God is starting to reveal certain things to me that is letting me know that, no, this is confirmation to what you've always thought. I could never tell my family about certain things that would have happened to me and that did happen to me, because I knew that they would start to bash me, label me, and rip me apart, the same way that they had done each other. I could never tell them that if I had something happen to me, although I knew it wasn't my fault, because I would remember the moment that I told my mother that I was molested by my teacher and how she beat me off the toilet. And I would think to myself, why is these things happening to me? Why do I continue to end up in these fucked up situations? Why is it that it's like my friends, my family, it's like myself, it's like we're all inside of this quicksand? Why is that? And a lot of times, like I said, this starts with your great grandmother and your great grandfather and goes all the way back into your ancestry line, because a lot of conversations was not taken, you know. So the same shit repeats. It repeats. And in my family, the stuff had repeated to the fact that I was, born in the 90s, and I'm hearing about shit that happened in the 80s, the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, okay, baby, damn near the 40s and 30s and 20s. Okay, now that we're working on self, hearing about all these things that are happening now, and now seeing the truth of what was and what truly is. It's like, wow. And this is what happening within your awakening. You will start to see things in a way, but God is going to show you in a way that is going to be healing to you, because I don't want to give you too much that you can't bear. See, now, like I said, now the memories and the visions and all those things come back because the mind is in a healed space. Being in a family, in a cult where you will have women who are hiding things like, I'm abusive, and I've had, the essays that happen to me, and I'm a child molester, and I've had this happen to me, and I'm a young boy, and I've had these things happen to me. Everybody, like I said, is putting on this mask and is creating you to do that. Now any family that they're captain of, that ship is all fucked up. Everything is displaced. Nothing is being real. People is doing wrong things. Nothing is being true. And the reason why is because of the fact that this is what was taught. This is what was taught. This was the link that you were supposed to repeat, and we were supposed to keep doing this shit over and over and over. And if nobody ever says enough is fucking enough in my Cardi B, if nobody ever say enough is enough, then guess what? The shit is going to continue and continue and continue. But as you start to see yourself, like I said, God will then show you others. I had to ask myself, like, where did this this entity that attached itself to me came from? I was in my own warlock relationship. After I left my mother and my grandmother's house, with everything that was going on within my family, everything that was going on with me privately, I felt like I want to just, start my own life. I was around 18, 19 years old, and I just felt like I'm over it. I had been, molested within my family by my mother's husband. I had now started touching, myself all the time, thinking of sexual perverted thoughts all the time. I was also going to school and a teacher assistant. It was not just touching just me, but other children in the classroom. And like I said, when I told my mother about it, she whooped my behind off the toilet. So these things in my life, and not just that, just being abused, hearing a lot of fights and arguments within the family, each other tearing each other down over finances. Like I said, also the finance spirit being in the family, them never having nothing. And once a person gets something, you feel like, oh, I want it. And that shit was on me too. All those same things was attached to me. But in my mind, I felt like I'm about to just go out here and start my own life, because although, just like every last one of them, my mother had this same thought. I'm going to just go out here and start my own life and get away from my mother. I just don't want shit to do with her, and I don't want to be nothing like her. You know what I'm saying? We all have had these thoughts where we thought, I want better, because that's the right thing to think. You know that you want better, but it is, how do you get to the better? I went out and I created my own stirry situation. I got into a relationship with a warlock, and this is what taught me a lot about the energy of being a warlock, of being a shapeshifter, of being a manipulator. This is what taught me, because God said, I'm about to teach you a lesson, and I'm about to show you something too, and I want to see if you're going to pick up the damn call. Is that call going to come through? Is it going to come through? Like I said, every last one of us have got the call. We have had the generational chain, the chain that's coming down, and it's weighing on us, and we can hear the shing-a-ling-a-lings of the fucking chain hanging on our back from all the other shit that we had to endure, that was just like our mother and our mothers before us and our fathers before us. But instead of like looking at this motherfucker and saying, you know what, snip, or get the fuck out of here, you just keep on letting that shit build until it crumbles you on the floor, and now it's your turn to pour the weight onto your child. I went out here and I got into a relationship with my own warlock, and that situation put me through the training and the growth with every situation that I have been in my life have put me through the growth of who I am and what I have become today. So I have gratitude for each one of those situations. But at the time, me going through with what I was going through in my situation, I was thinking, where the fuck did this come from? But like I said, this is all the spell work and the hexes and curses and everything that we put on each other and the things that our ancestors have did to us. Some of our own ancestors have sold us off. Okay, it's not always been the man. Some of that shit was coming from ancestors that was saying, bitch, I'll do anything for clout. I'll do anything for the big buck. I'll do anything for the fuck up out of here. I will join a coven. I will join a Masonic temple. I will come over here and join Gappa Gappa Gappa. I will do whatever the fuck I got to do. I will be Muslim, Christian, Pastor, Pentecostal, whatever, apostolic, whatever the fuck I gotta be to be in abundance and to be away from all this shit. This is what they minds was telling them. If I could just do that, I could get out of here. That's the same shit my mind told me. Because of a lot of sexual entities being in uh, my family, the cult, there were a lot of insecurities when it came to sexual. There was a lot of awkwardness when it came to sexuality. There was a lot of things that people were hiding, as well as myself, about sexuality, and it created a lot of my family members to hide their true forms, and that could mean being in the closet. Okay, having this sexual appetite that's so big, but you don't have, you're not telling people. So you're in a marriage where you're cheating, you're doing a lot of things, or maybe y'all all together is doing a lot of things, like the Cassie and Diddy situation. Like my own self, it created that. Being in that type of situation, it made me grow as a little girl to be very hidden. I didn't know after I got molested, was I gay? Was I straight? Was I bi? Was I this? Was I that? But I knew that this was an entity that was attached to me, and I had to get that shit out any way I could. So like I said, I would, masturbate a lot, listen to a lot of negative conversation around the adults, trying to hear what they're trying to say, watching scenes that I'm not supposed to watch, getting up late at night, trying to watch HBO and Cinemax and all that shit when I'm not supposed to, doing a lot of touching on other children of my age, and just doing a lot of things, letting little boys do stuff. And it's because this thing was on me and it fed. It needed to feed. I need you to feed me like Seymour, okay? Little Shop of Horror, if you don't know what I'm talking about. But it had to feed, and it seemed like I need something that's going to grow me. And when I was young, my family did not let me be around boys, okay? I could not be around boys. The one thing that they knew is that I was a 16-year-old mom, I was a 17-year-old mom, and I had kids, and look at my life. That's what my grandma would be saying, okay? So I don't want no little boys around you, because little boys and a little girl equals sex. So they put me around little girls, but me still having things that was wrong with me did not stop me from being sexually active with girls. That created me to be sexually active with girls in such an early stage in my life that as I got older, felt like I was a lesbian. I felt like I was a lesbian. I felt like that I would grow up and maybe this was it. I was just like not into boys. This was something that me and my aunt also slip off in the corners and hide our little demons and let our demons bond together. We would slip off in the corner, and she would tell me that she likes girls too, and this is one of the reasons why me and her also gained close, because I felt like this is a person that I can show my demon to. my thing that I'm hiding to, and they're not judging me. They're saying they understand, but little do we know that type of dynamic, that relationship is what you call trauma bonding. And when you know that it's trauma bonding, is because you will see after you've told somebody something, now you're going to start bonding over this thing and thinking, oh, this is the thing that makes us alike, but it's actually the thing that is creating damage and destruction within this relationship, because neither one of y'all have healing over this thing. So I'm letting y'all demons just feed, okay? They're just bonding and feeding, and it's trying to create more like them. My aunt, like I told you, she was working at this girls' school. She was working at this girls' school. She had worked juvenile center. She had always wanted to give back to her community. My mother used to call her a nun. She used to say, your aunt should have grew up and been a nun, because all she wanted to do was just be a humanitarian and help people and become like this nun type of person. And I always thought that was beautiful, because I also shared that same love. Like, I share love for people. We were all in my family healers, as being nurturers and pourers, but we just didn't know how to stop pouring into a person after they have taken everything and exhausted. Now that left us hollow and empty, and now created darkness. Okay, but I digress. So my aunt, she was very displaced after the trauma that happened with her, and it created a stain inside of her that she hid. She hid that from everybody, her siblings, her peers, everyone. She wanted to be the one who was different. She wanted to measure up in my grandmother's eyes. She knew that my grandmother's worst attacker and worst abuser besides her father was my aunt's father. He had raped my grandmother several times, and beat her, and was in a very domestic, violent, abusive relationship that my grandmother was in for years with my aunt's father. So I feel like my aunt also blamed herself for being the child that was born from that. And then also, I'm having to now have this situation happen to me, and now my mother is at war with her sibling due to the fact that the person that did this to me was her nephew. So me and her trauma bonded heavily. We trauma bonded in a very, very heavy way. We felt like maybe we both are the outcasts of the family, and sometimes this is what she would say to me, just like my grandmother, you're just like me, you're just like me and mommy, she would say. You're just like me and mommy. We are outcast, and we are kicked out of. We was forgot about too. And I felt like I had a space where I could finally come in and say, woo, I could be myself here. I could be myself here. Maybe I could tell you that I like girls too. And I did. Maybe I could tell you that I feel this way too. And I did. And I let all of my boundaries, the little bit that I had, the little crumb of boundaries that I did save, I let all of those things crumble down, because I felt like this is a space where I could be open, because you sound just like me. You sound just like me. You talk just like me. Your heart is just like mine. Not looking at the scenario as, if you sound just like me, if you look just like me, if your stories are just like mine, and you're still sitting here years later in the same situation, but worse, mindset worse, personality worse, self-esteem lower, demons bigger, then why am I not being in tune and saying it's time for me to do better for self? But that's because, like I said, this was the chain. This was the cycle. Like, think about it like this. Some of us in families, right? You sit in this space, and this family that I've been in, I've been seeing Big Mama and Big Daddy go through suffering. Now Mama and Daddy going through suffering. Now I'm going through the same fucking suffering that they was going through. And a lot of times we sit in these same families, and we click up with each other. We have to. It's a survival thing. You feel like, I may not fuck with them, but I mess with my cousin right here. And me and my aunt, we real close. But 9 times out of 10, their story is just like yours. This is the reason why y'all done sat in the huddle and came together, because their burdens and their struggles and their demons sound just like yours. And you are sitting there looking at your mirror. But you are not in tuned enough to say, oh my God, this is me. Looking at me. We sit in these situations and we will trauma bond and we will say, that's my favorite cousin, that's my favorite aunt, that's my favorite this. But they never, ever, ever was able to even get themselves out. That's why they was there. They were never even able to get themselves out. That's why they was able to sit inside this low tomb. Like how in the movies you have this person that's so wise and they know exactly how to get the fuck out of this tomb, but they're sitting there telling you how to get out and you asking them questions. But the main question should be, why you never use this for yourself? And this was my aunt, and this was who she had become. You know, she had become someone that she had to create in order to survive around the hell that was formed around her. And she hid that shit well. We, for years, didn't see the true face of, my aunt. But as time, the mask will fall off and it will be exposed. There are some people from the past that's still wearing the mask, and God is going to snatch that shit off because this is the season. But there are still people right now that is holding tight to their mask, but it's about to be revealed. This whole Diddy situation with Cassie is one of the very, it should be one of the very highlights and sounds of what's happening in everybody's life right now, like the ding of the testimony, if that makes sense. Like, just like Cassie, I feel like I was like my aunt's bottom bitch in a way, because I was the one who reported a lot of things to her, and not just her but my grandmother. Growing up, me trying to prove my loyalty to the both of them, that I was not like my mother, and I want to assure you that I'm loyal, and I'm not gonna do these things that my mother have done, because they would talk so poorly and so bad about my mother around me. I felt like anything that screamed my mother would just be like, oh my God, I don't want to be like that. So there were so many things that I did to make sure that my seat on some side of somebody's fence was secure. I would try to trauma bond with her in whatever type of way that I could, in order to make her feel like, you have someone. And although your sister wasn't here for you in that way, through everything you've been through, I'm not going to be that type of person. And she would assure me that she was not going to be the type of person who would be that way for me with my issue. So it was very much so trauma bonding. If you as you grow and you start to become more wiser and you look back, our relationship was so connected in a traumatic and sexual bonding type of a way that sometimes it would draw the line between aunt and niece. And this is what I mean by that. I would always feel like some type of, sexual energy around my aunt. And I feel that my aunt had a succubus or an incubus on her. I know she did, and so did I. So it, like I said, it's our demons bonding in a way of, oh, you are supposed to be created to do this thing, so feed. So sometimes my aunt would do things in front of me that would, I now go look back and say, as a child, that was not a normal situation. She would get undressed in front of me, and she would tell me about sexual situations with her and her husband, or her and her boyfriend. She would tell me how she would do different acts on them or things like this. And but back then I felt like, because I'm a teenager, and because of the fact that she's only 28, 29 years old, she's my young aunt, maybe this is us just, bonding in some type of a way. But it was not right. As I look back in my life and as I'm healing, I'm starting to see that God is saying, take this situation as something you can grow from. And this is a lot of times what we do and what we have done. We have been inside of these uncomfortable situations, and a lot of us have not known them to be this was a sexual assault, or this was something that was an abuse, or this was something that was a predatorial experience, because you are so normalized to this, right? And not only that, the person that is even doing it could sometimes feel like, I didn't even think of it being that way, because my whole life we just did it this way. But like I said, this is the generational curse. There would be some times that, I would say certain sexual things in front of my aunt and her husband when I would be out on double dates with even my now partner. Now I'm with somebody. Okay, but at this time, I'm still not seeing that there is no disconnection from what is appropriate to what is non-appropriate, because we've never established that. We've always had a very trauma bonding, inappropriate relationship. Like I said, as memories and snippets of my life, as God heals the mind, because you are healing, so now I'm able to give you certain things that was forgotten. Maybe your subconscious pushed it down and said, let me bury that because you're not ready. So now that I'm healing, things are coming back to me. My aunt even touched me when I was a little girl. Even when I was a little girl staying in the house with my grandmother and her, she touched me. But my mind could not process that I went from this situation to this situation to this situation to this situation. And then you have somebody who knows how to hide because they're an expert at it. And even their mom is an expert at it. So we're going to hide this thing. When I became a teenager, me and my aunt started to shoplift and steal and do a lot of things. And she says that I taught her, and I was 17 years old and she was 28. You know, I was reckless. My mind was everywhere. I was going through everything. And I felt like, here it is. I have this one person and they are in my family. At least you're in my family. Okay, you're not even somebody that's outside of my family that I have to go to for this. You're someone right here. And I felt like this is someone that maybe God put in my family just so therefore I'll have someone. And I'm not even going to lie. Sometimes I feel like within this person's sunken mind at the time, they could have thought that this was the same thing for them, the mindset that they were in. This is the same thing that we're dealing with Cassie and Diddy, how your predator or your attacker will try to have you to do certain things and to reveal certain things about yourself, and then you bonding. Now y'all bonding over this thing. Now y'all in here sharing stories and y'all creating more situations that's just dark. And then by the time you feel like I want to speak on something, now they feel like, but I'll reveal all the things that you've done to hold it against you. This is why a lot of times people that have had things done to them, they don't say anything because they feel like, now I have become my darkness. And what will people think of me? But remember, this is mask off. You know, I even thought about that with me and my own story, how, how Diddy hid that shit and made himself look like this humanitarian, this boss, this person who had it all together. Although sometimes it will be whispers, and people will be, no, nothing's going on. And Cassie played like the shit was not happening for a long time, like a lot of victims do. They sit there and they put this face on, and people will call you all types of things because when you are in those relationships, you do a lot of shit. You do a lot of shit, and it's because that is a part of being abused. That's a part of the molestation, the SA. I don't know why people don't get that. It's to make you do shit, to manipulate you into doing some shit too. So if anything should ever happen, now you look just as fucked up as me. People are your attacker, right? They are saying, I am hoping that you wearing the mask, I am hoping that you are so scared of losing that mask that you won't ever expose yourself. But this is mask off, right? So there were times, when there would be like little talks about the fact that, my aunt would tell me stuff about her and girls when she was young. But as I got older and saw my aunt operate her love life, I never seen her be in a relationship with a woman. It wasn't until I was around 16, 17 years old that the biggest situation in my family/cult would have ever experienced at that time. Okay. My aunt started to have a sexual relationship with one of the girls that she was mentoring at one of those houses. She was in a relationship with her. And my grandmother, when she finally exposed that she had known about it, okay, because like I said, my grandmother was the one who created the ripple effect of hiding shit. She was the boss of hiding shit. I could shut my mouth and never expose nothing unless it's somebody else's business. So therefore my business won't be exposed, okay? My grandmother said, she knew about it. And when she had asked her, she was like, just tell me that you won't do it again. Just like her mother had probably said to her brother, just tell me that you won't do it again. But what the devil wants is for you to be exposed. So it's going to continue to do this shit until it's finally shown what the truth is. And it might take generations. It might, my aunt had a relationship with this minor, and she was going to court about it. She was locked up for it. She had a billboard outside. Some family members would go take pictures that was in, different parts of our family, like off cousins and off aunts and uncles would go and take trips and pictures just to, be shown with her billboard picture. Not only that, she was wanted. And it was because of the fact that my aunt took a trip and I accompanied her on this trip. I ran away from home. I felt like me and my aunt are close. So I'm going to run away from home and I'm going to go with my aunt on this trip. And we, went to different places like Virginia, New York, and other places like that. And one of the stops that we did, my aunt picked this girl up from her father's house. Now, on this trip, when my aunt picked this girl up from her father's house, she's telling me, I'm just mentoring her. I'm helping her. Her father is abusing her. I'm taking her out of a situation and I'm thinking about adopting her. And I had always heard my aunt speak of adoption. She always spoke about how she wanted to adopt. And this is one of the things that the family always heard. Because remember, she was supposed to be the humanitarian nun. So she was the one that was like, I want to adopt and do all of these things. One day I'm sitting outside thinking to myself, I'm young, you're young, I'm into girls. I can see that you're very promiscuous. I'm thinking that me and this girl can kind of like do some demon time together. She tells me I can't mess with you because of the fact that I am with your aunt. This is when one of the many times in my life that the mask fell off. And we were all supposed to pick that shit back up real quick and put it back on before anybody seen what was happening. And that's a lot of the times when you go back in your spiritual journey, and as you grow inside of your enlightenment in your walk, you will remember, damn, there were times that shit did come out, but it was like it was quickly just tucked back in. My grandmother, when I called her to tell her what I had heard, my grandmother told me, like, that's when she told me that story. That when I first found this out and I assumed that this is what was going on, she assured me that she wasn't going to do this SHIT again. And now this is going to be this, and this, and that. And this is about to be big. And what I need you to do is get back home. Now, prior to this, I had got into a verbal and physical situation with my mom. Me and her got into a fight. We got into something very violent, and I left. And when I was leaving, she assured me, get all your ass because you're not coming back. Me and my mother had got into it about my aunt. She had told me that, I don't like the relationship that you and your aunt have. It's really weird. Y'all like oil and vinegar. And I feel like that she's trying to have this relationship with you like this and pull you into a lot of her shit because of the fact that she is going through and she needs somebody to kind of like put a lot of stuff on. You need to get your shit together. You're a teenager. And these were things that I didn't want to hear. I had a very now inappropriate processing relationship about my aunt. Although, like I said, as me being a teenager, we had never been sexual. I felt like that not my aunt was my girlfriend. I would call her my mother. And I would say that, she's my mother. She would call me, oh, you're my baby. You're my favorite. I love you so much. I care about you. And this made me cling into her will and into my grandmother's will really, really, really hard. So anytime that my mother would say anything when it came towards them, I would just become vicious. And so me and her got into a big disagreement before I left, going on the road with my aunt. This was one of the reasons why I went on, this what in my mind as a teenager, this experience of a vacation or some type of thing where I could just get away and be with my aunt and go to different locations and have fun and put my feet in the sand and see the sun and go to see New York again and to do these different things, because I'm thinking I'm being here with my aunt as a this is me and you type of, we're doing this thing or whatever. So when I found out that the truth is that my aunt, and she was calling herself running away to be with this minor, she was like 15. I'm like 16, 17, and this girl is like 15 years old. And I was just like, wow. This was this was one of the times in my life that I was like, what the hell is going on? Like, what's happening? But I never listened to, and I never knew. I was a child. You know what I'm saying? I never knew that because of the things that she had experienced, there was no cap on the age. Maybe I feel like age don't matter because then nobody give a fuck about me when age was non-mattering, And me being upset about the fact that now I'm thinking, not only are you having a sexual relationship with a minor, you know what I'm saying? In my mind, although me and her had this energy, this same and type of demon that used to be on us, I never experienced nothing sexual with her as a teenager. But I always felt like there was some type of difference to our relationship. So I'm thinking, wow, this is something that I thought that was. You know how you know how you feel. Damn, the teacher. Have you ever been with the teacher and somebody saying, no, nobody would ever get with Mrs. blah, blah, blah because she's married and studious Susan. And then you see and hear that the teacher then got with a student and all the other students is thinking, well, damn. I kind of felt like this could be you because you was coming up in here with little blouses on with your boobs out and little tight ass skirts on. This was the thing that I was thinking, well, wow, this is what I was feeling. How I will be a teenager and we will be out and you will be changing in front of me, butt naked, and doing certain things and saying certain stuff, pinching my boobs or my butt and running and trying to build this, oh, this is a play type of relationship. In my mind, I did not know what a proper mother and daughter relationship looked like. And I'm thinking, this person's not hitting me. You're not abusing me. You know what I'm saying? You say the same things like I say, that abuse is a horrible thing, but not knowing that you're being prepped and abused in a different type of way. I was in so much upsetness and jealousy and envy in a very dark and in a very dark and demonic way, because I felt like you could possibly adopt this person and you're having a sexual situation with this person. I, in my mind, wanted to ruin this relationship. This was my mind. This was my mindset. I felt like I have to stop this. I have to create this thing to be removed. And I know how to do it. Using my body, using my tool, the thing that has been used so many times before as me growing up. I felt like this would be the right thing to do. The family's upset. It's ruining our family anyway. So let me go ahead and use this as a reason to actually destroy you guys' relationship, because I have always been my aunt's favorite. I've always been my aunt's baby, like she calls me. And so now I want this to be ruined. Everything that my mother has said was true. She had told me and warned me about the inappropriate behavior of my aunt. She had told me that my aunt had something. She would say, just like my grandmother would say about certain things and people, they have something attached to them. But this is the same thing that they would say about my mother, okay? And that's what I'm saying. These are the links and these are the chains. There at this moment, no one was aware that there was something more bigger than just a, oh, this person is loose or this person is this. This was a entity, a spirit, a hex, a curse, a demon running rampant within the family, driving the family to be hypersexual, abusive, addicted, and insecure, and weaponizing each other for money. This is exactly what it was. My grandmother covered for my aunt every single day. Sometimes she would call her sister in Mississippi and they would get on the phone and they would recite scriptures and coverings over what they would call prayers over my aunt. And everybody was just like, there were people in the family who was attacking and they were ripping her to shreds, although they had child molesting sons and daughters and uncles and aunts. But everybody was ripping our family to shreds at that time. And my grandmother, her coverings and everything what that she was doing, okay, was what got my aunt out of a very, very horrific situation for her life at that time. She avoided a very big tower. My aunt was facing jail time for a long time. She was being sentenced to a lot of jail time. A lot of jail time. Due to the fact that this girl was a minor, and not only that, you picked her up and kidnapped her basically from her house, from her home. My aunt going out there that day when I accompanied her and us picking her up and going on the road like that was something that her father was saying basically kidnapping. My grandmother fasted and she prayed. She fasted and prayed and fasted and prayed and fasted and prayed. And before you knew it, there was things that was happening within my aunt's case that was damn near magical. My grandmother told me that she had spoke with God and asked God to help my aunt to get out of this situation. And God had told my aunt that I would help you. But if you had ever done something like this again, that this would be the way that her life would basically end. At this time, I was a teenager, and me not knowing a lot about her personal endeavors doing during this case, all I remember that it went from being so serious to it went from that to we had to pretend like basically it had never happened. Now it was time to build her mask back up, because now she would have to go back into life and us pretend that this was not that big. That's the reason why it was dropped, and that's the reason why this, when the truth was the girl was 15 and my aunt was having a sexual relationship with her. That's the truth. But it was supposed to be pretended that this was really nothing that big, and this is why the case was dropped. After that was slowly re-wiped from our memory by my aunt going in, to church heavily and becoming this different type of person and trying to create her life to be different, and her and my grandmother coming back together because at that time they were separated. This was what created that situation to just die out and just seem like it never had happened. This was all the shit that was happening in my family at this time. And everybody felt like we just wanted to go away, because I don't want this to be something that it's not. She had this experience. This is what was said. And this is what has happened. But now this is in. And me, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, I don't really have shit to say about it either. You know why? Because I'm hiding myself in a fucking closet as well. I was hiding my sexuality. I was hiding my abuse. I was hiding my true self at the time. I was hiding lies. I was hiding insecurity. I was hiding in sickness. I was hiding in mental illness. I was hiding in a lot of things. And the reason why I was doing all of this hiding is because I felt like this was what it was supposed to be. This is what it always was. It's what, I guess, me hiding the fact that my aunt was in a relationship with a minor. I guess I'll just do that too. Our predators taught us how to be quiet, and we became a family who taught us how to continue the process of being quiet and not saying anything. And this was the spell work. This was the hex, and this was the curse. Continuously not telling your story and not speaking up and not saying what is happening, how it's making you feel. Even if that means that you have to expose yourself while doing it. Even if that means that you have to bring a part of yourself from the dark into the light while doing it. We had held these secrets about each other's perversion and the different things that we had done to each other, but not just to each other, but to ourselves, creating this whole entire rhythm of spell work over our heads that everything was not so, creating an illusion, creating a cloud of lies. It created me to definitely hide. I hid everything, and I was too well at that. I was too well at that. That became something that was too well within my line. It became something that was too well within our family, and it became something that has been too well. And it has become something that has been also sabotaging to us in many of ways, to the relationships that we share with people, to the relationships that we share with ourselves, because you're not even being true to you. You're not even being honest to yourself. You're now believing in this bullshit as well. I got into a relationship and I felt like, oh my goodness, finally, I'm now back living with my mother, because my mother, after all of that, me being on the road, she felt like, you're moving back in with me. I had not lived with my mother since I was 7 years old. And here I was now a teenager. And my mother was like, you're 17, girl, you coming back with me. You done been on the road. You done all this crap. The last time me and you was together, you put your hands on me. So you're in my house. My mother put me in an all-girls school, and I started going to school. I was thinking, okay, good. I'm thriving. We're not talking about the problem, because of course we don't do that in this family. I never talked to my mother about the abuse. I never did. I would bring it up, but then she cry, and she would say, I didn't beat you and hit you as bad as you're saying. You were young, you probably don't remember, but I did hit you, and for that I'm sorry. And I felt like, what, fuck it, that's enough. So I never said anything about anything, because at the time, my grandmother was now picking up the pieces with her daughter, and I felt like maybe it's good for me to be in a space with my mother. And this is what we do. In our past lives, we have done a lot of trying to dim ourselves, our pain, our lights, our everything, because you feel like, I don't want to show myself to this person, because this might hurt them, or this might make them too vulnerable, or this might expose them, and this might hurt our situation, or this might tear me away from this person. And you feel like you're doing something, a great thing, but to be honest, you're being an enabler. You're enabling this person to be your abuser. You're enabling this person to abuse other people, and now that is creating you to be either a victim in your life or an abuser too. I became an abuser and I became a victim. I have both stories to tell. Both stories to tell. After growing up, like I said, living with my mom, my brother finally got his apartment, and he's telling me that you could come move in with me and everything. And I'm thinking, good, because now I'm talking to this guy. This is my first relationship, being with a guy, and this is not just a dude my age. This is a grown-ass man. He's late in his 20s, and so I'm thinking, I'm in this grown relationship, and somehow in my mind without a father, my mind without a mother, my mind without a good family or a dynamic or tools of any sort, I'm thinking that I'm going to go out there and I'm going to start some type of difference. But this is what I was hungry for. I knew that I wanted a difference. So I went out there and I got into a relationship with him, and he was my biggest test. He was abusive and he was hypersexual. He also hid the fact that he was down low and that he had many sexual experiences with men. You know, he was a narcissist at his best. Okay. Because of the fact that he was older than me, he was able to manipulate me and create me to do a lot of things sexually, because I hid a lot of sexual buildup and a lot of sexual demons of my own within myself. It created me to hide. Okay. I hid, like I said, my sexuality, my preferences and everything. So being in a relationship with him also saying, I experienced sexual relationships and, sexual experiences with men. I openly tell him, me too. I've experienced sexual situations with females. That now pushed in us having threesomes all the time. And when I didn't want to have these threesomes, this person would cheat on me. This person was abusive. And the reason why I didn't notice any signs of, wow, this is an abuser, this is a manipulator, this is a predator, this is because I had been living around snakes my whole life. And so seeing a snake standing there about to bite me was nothing that I would have ever seen a day in my life at that time. And I'm telling you, he was what I would have become if I never dealt with my pain, if I never dealt with my struggles, if I never would have laid my burdens down, if I never would have told the truth, if I would have never been so vulnerable to have this conversation right here and not continue to wear the mask. He shared a lot of the same things, like being, sexually hypered and having low insecurity about your sexuality, not really knowing if you're straight, if you're gay, him having the same battles with his sexuality and having people in the family have done things to him sexually. There were so many things that me and him would speak about. Just like when on our very first encounter, me and him are speaking and we take a walk and we're just talking, walking the neighborhood. And he tells me how he went to jail because he had stole cars and rob people. And I'm thinking to myself, damn, I almost, went to jail for stealing with my aunt. I'm thinking to myself, these are things that we could bond with. In my way of thinking, I'm not noticing that once again, here I am doing the same thing that I have done in the past. That weight, that chain hanging on my back, telling me to pass this shit down to my next line. I'm sitting here not cutting it off, not running away, but accepting everything and telling myself, but what is this love? Not realizing that this is how my mother stumbled. And this is how my grandmother stumbled too, and her mother as well, was because, honey, you are in the midst of a warlock now. This person preyed off of me being weak already, feeling like, wow, you came to me broken already. I don't even have to do that much. This person felt like I can make you my hoe and I could be your pimp and I could do all of these things. And because you have no self-worth and you see me as damn near your daddy, I can create you to do anything. And this is so representative of Cassie's situation. That's why I keep bringing up that case. Her just having to say, I'm going to tell my story and expose my truths in order to tell that something is happening. And we're not speaking about this something, and it could be happening now to someone else. Remember, in this season, it is mask off. Some people are throwing tomatoes and shit and rocks at Cassie at this moment for telling her truth. And they're saying, oh, she's a hoe because she did these essays. And, oh, she's a hoe because she was the one picking up the escorts. And she's this because she was doing that. But when you are in that situation and you have a warlock over your head, and you have been doing nothing in your life but missing the fucking signs, how could you ever hit the target on Bing Bing? This is the same damn thing. I would have moments in myself, honestly, that damn, this relationship is toxic and I need to leave. But once I would do that, this person would cry and say I love you and all the same shit that my mom would do when she would hit me and my brothers and my sisters. Okay, I would stay and I would come right back, and or I would drop the argument or apologize for even bringing up certain situations because I too was hiding. I was hiding. He would tell me, I'm going to tell people that you are a lesbian and that I'm going to tell your grandmother that you like girls because he felt that telling my grandmother would be the worst thing that he could ever do to me. I'm going to tell people that it's not just me, that you're doing it too, just like the Diddy situation. That's why I say when it comes to Cassie, I feel like, yeah, she has some shit going on too. And Diddy has some shit going on with him. And together they did a lot of demon time. They did a lot of demon time. But that does not excuse the fact that she was being abused. I suffered some really dark situations with this person being abused and having to perform certain sexual acts on this person because of the fact that your appetite is really wanting to be fed by men. So I'm having to do certain things to this person sexually that would imitate a man also that they can be satisfied in the bedroom. It was crazy. It was crazy. You don't have to be a celebrity to have experienced being sexually assaulted or having, freak offs and all these different things. You could be going through this shit within your very own life. This was my story. This was my story, and this was my normal. And I thought that because of the fact that me and this person shares this demon, that we are supposed to be together. This is what my mind thought. This is what my mind told me. Okay, I would never sit here and create this story and make it seem like if all these people were just doing a lot of things without exposing the shit that I was doing too. I was doing a lot of things. I was dating girls. I was smoking weed. I was drinking. I was partying. I was showing up to work late. I was very loud, obnoxious, mean, attitudey, non-responsive. You couldn't really get to me. The only person that could talk to me and bring me down from my crazy fits that I would have would be my grandmother. I felt like that this was going to be my life and that this was my life. So I felt I didn't want somebody to come in my life to judge me or to make me feel bad about the shit that I was doing. So being with this person who knows that they're doing the same thing I'm doing, I felt like that this was my home in a sick and twisted, demented way. I felt that if you went through worse than I did, then maybe I can help you. And this is the way that I always was growing up. I felt like that I could help you, I could help you, I could help you because of the fact that I'm a healer. I did not know that because I'm a healer, it is just in my mind and in my soul and in my consciousness and in my programming to want to help and to pour into others. But the first person that I would have to pour into was myself. And that is something that I did not know. So I went into many relationships trying to be Captain Save a Ho. Oh, let me help you. Let me help you. Let me help you. Anytime this person was going through anything, let me help you. I wanted to be like, everything in this person's life. And I felt like if you're everything in my life, then we don't need nobody else. It's just us. It's just us creating this toxic bond that was very, very destructive. He would tell me these stories about his family, and I would share stories about my family. Like I said, trauma bonding in the worst way possible. I would hear these stories and I would listen to them and feel so bad, and we would share our stories, and it was like we kind of felt like we could be that everything for each other, but it came very possessive and very dark in a way. He quickly started to cheat on me. with all of my friends. It seemed like the more that I would introduce him to friends, the more that I would find out that he was sleeping with these friends. When I met him, I was 19, and it seemed like that as I got older, he would cheat on me with girls that were younger. They would be 18 and 17, 19. I even once heard that he was talking to a 16-year-old. I never knew that I was just the new young thing to do in his life. I never knew that. I felt like when I got into a relationship that all the things that he was saying to me, because he was very cunning, that they were true. But this person was a warlock, and he was a very narcissistic type of man. When you are a narcissist and you are a older man, you typically like young girls who don't have self-esteem, self-worth, self-love, all these things that we don't have. And so we get with these older guys or even older women who tend to kind of like mother us or father us and tell us what to do and how to be. And to be honest, it's like they're molding us in the way, so therefore they can move us around like pieces on a board. This was exactly what I was in. I was in a relationship, got into it around 19 years old, was with this person, and started getting up there in my 20s, and I became old news. This person had, pushed me sexually to do a lot of things that I wasn't proud of myself doing. He would want to take videos of me, and he would always tell me, don't worry, I would never post these videos and I would never do these things. But as I got older and I started to get wiser within myself, I knew that these were only things that this person wanted to keep just so they can have something against me. Because like I said, your predators tend to want you to do the same thing, or if not, like something next to it, or have something over you. Like they can blackmail you or use this against you that they could. And this will be one of the reasons why you wouldn't say anything. So he was very abusive, and because of the fact that, like I said, he was older than me, I seen it as a fathering, and that was also a thing of my mental, seeing him like, oh, you're like my father, so maybe you can help me, and oh, you're like this, and he would tell me, your mama is jealous of you, and your this is that, and play upon my family issues and my family's problems as well. Sometimes he would tell me that my aunt thought he was attractive, and he thought my aunt was attractive too. And he also thought my mother was attractive. And when he told me one day, I had seen you and your mother, getting out the car, going inside your house, because he lived like right around the corner from me. But he was like, one of the reasons why I didn't talk to you is because my original thing was I wanted to talk to your mother. These were things that he would say to me on a constant. And knowing that me having insecurity, me not having self-love for myself, and also having poor relationships with my mother and my aunt already, it put in a bigger damper, because it started to make me feel like maybe the things that he's saying is true. Maybe y'all want him. He played on that. He manipulated on that. Made me feel like I don't never want you to be around my family, and I don't want my family to be around you. And I want to highlight that right now, because I want you guys to listen to that part. This person would listen to my stories, because a lot of times when you're with somebody, you have what they call bedroom talk. You say little things about your life, and now this person would either then say, wow, you're strong, I'm so happy you came out of that, you're brave, okay, and celebrate your growth, or to help you grow, well, maybe you should seek therapy, maybe you should seek this. Narcissists and warlocks ain't saying no shit like that. What they're saying is that your mama and your aunt and your grandma, they all wish this, that, and that, and this, and they play. They want to tear you away from this situation. And matter of fact, they're happy that you came to me broken, because I don't even got to break you as much as I'm going to do, because they're going to break you. But I don't even got to break you as much as I'm going to do. See, this is what happened to my great-great-great-grandmother. And this is what happened to my great-grandma. And this is what happened to my grandmother, which happened to my mother and happened to my aunt, is that it's always have been somebody, a warlock, trying to say, let me come in and try to break where you've already been broken. I got into this relationship and I became even more broken than I was before. I wanted to kill myself. I used to ask, myself, why am I here? And my higher self would tell me sometimes, leave. And I would think to what? To go back to my family where it's volatile and all we do is can't stand each other, or be on my own and probably not know that I can make it and I can do it, because now this person had me thinking to myself, I can't even make it. You can't get a job. You can't do shit. All you can do is be with me. And after me, nobody's probably going to want you. I did this thing with this warlock for so many years, carrying the fact that they were beating on me, that they were hypersexual. We was having threesomes and all this stupid shit that we were doing in our relationship, me running up my credit and getting apartments and everything, while this person couldn't even get a job because they had felonies on their record and all of these type of things. I hid this shit just like I hid everything else inside of me, and it created me to start to become numb. I didn't give a fuck anymore. Yes. So there was experiences and situations in my life that I started to just become reckless because I didn't give a fuck anymore. I started to become just like the people before me. I started to become conditioned. I end up getting into a situation with this person, and they put their hands on me to the worst extent of our relationship, to where I ended up having to call the police. And my mother came and she picked me up, and I'm screaming and crying outside. And when we get back in the car and she's driving me away, as I'm seeing the police push him into the car, she's asking me, how could you let this person put their hands on you? I've always was a strong mother. I had never let a man put their hands on me, and I never let a man talk to me in this type of way. But all I had ever seen was my mother be a fighter and be abusive. My mother had beat the shit out of me every single time you turned around as a kid. And then when she got older, she was putting men out left and right and had no self of submission. So I saw myself as being everything that she wasn't. I didn't speak up for myself, and I took abuse. I felt like, you are always so boisterous. I don't want to be like that. I'm going to be quiet. And you are abusive, so I'm not going to be like that. I'm going to take it. My mind tried to create me to do, for me thinking I was doing better, was actually it was the same shit, but it was on a different side. After I got, back to my brother's house, I quickly saw that this was my life. Like, I was going to either have to give my apartment up or move back in with my mother at 19 years old. Now, knowing what it felt like to be out on my own, and for me, that meant freedom of my family, freedom of all of this, and not knowing that I was in another state of hell. I wanted to go back home. I wanted to go back to my apartment. My mother takes me back to my apartment. This person gets out of jail, and I got right back into a relationship. This went on for a really long time. Me not knowing self-worth, me losing more and grabbing less of who I was and letting go, until I became pregnant. And like I say, sometimes your children are here because they're trying to wake your ass up to, hello, this is something that's happening. And if I don't come in to do something, to show you something and to give you something, then you're about to fuck up the bag for everybody. And when I say the bag, I'm not just talking about money. I'm saying about the harvest of love, self-worth, courage, security, okay, strength, all right? All of that. You're about to fuck it up. When I met this person, I was in college and I had friends, and, my life was going in a certain way. Although I was lost, definitely lost, I knew that there was still goals that I had for myself. I wanted to be a fashion designer, and I wanted to, go off and do big things. But then when I met this person became every single part of my life. I couldn't do anything without them. I became codependent. On this person kind of like being in charge of every single thing that I did. And that was kind of like a repeated thing that I would do in my life. I would give up control to those that came in my life and if I felt like you were here to do something within my life, I would just give you up control. And that was because I felt like, control was always not given to me anyway. So I wasn't used to even having control over my life. Just small things like knowing how to fill out an application and things like that. I would always go to this person with them, helping me get jobs, but they was not able to maintain a job at all. I never wanted to have children because I always felt like my life would pattern itself after my mom. And this was the one reason why I kind of had stayed, being a lesbian as a young teenager and a young girl, because I felt like if I get into a relationship with a guy and I get pregnant, my life will pattern itself after my mom, after my aunt, after my grandmother. And this is something that I just didn't want. But when I would be alone with this person, it's like he would tell me, I want a baby and we should have a baby and we should be together, not really knowing that this was another way of this person manipulating me. I started to feel like that I wanted to do my own thing. I wanted to relieve the relationship. I remember me and him got into a domestic situation, and I told him, this is enough. I don't want to be in a relationship with you no more. And I had broken up with him. He packed his stuff up and he wasn't living with me anymore for like a few months. And I was doing my own thing, happy. Things started picking up back in my life. I was getting hours. I was able to pay my rent. Bills was being paid on time. Just things was doing good. One day I asked, my grandmother if somebody could come pick me up from work because I was working late and I could not take the bus this late. And usually, the warlock that I was in a relationship, he was the one picking me up. My grandma was like, I don't have anybody that could come pick you up, but just wait for a moment. I think I can call somebody to see if they could come get you. He was the person that she called. She calls him and he comes pick me up, and just like times and times before, me and him get right back in a relationship. And this was us coming back together. This was the time where I end up getting pregnant. I realized that I got in a relationship with this person because they mirrored my past. It wasn't because this person was better or so amazing or so attractive or so sweet or so nurturing. It was because they look exactly like the monsters that I had seen previously before entering a relationship with them. This person did not resonate love and compassion and all those things and all those beautiful reasons why you would want to be in a relationship with somebody. In my trauma-based mind, someone saying things to me and then calling me a bitch or stupid, that was more familiar to me than someone saying I love you and you're beautiful. So when I got into a relationship with this person, it was not due to me being a healed mind. It was because of the fact that I was going through some bullshit. I was going through. And this person was going through something too. And like I said, when we got into a relationship, it was based off trauma. So when I got pregnant, I was thinking to myself, here I am. Here I am doing the exact same thing that I know that the women before me have done. Getting into a relationship with a man and not loving yourself, not having self-esteem, not having self-love. And the first time they say you're beautiful or I care about you, now you feel like, oh my goodness, this is what pushes my chest out. I didn't have the self-love over myself to know that whether a man tells me I'm beautiful or not, that it doesn't matter. The compliment doesn't matter, and then the non-compliment doesn't matter. It matters of what I feel about myself. These were things that I did not know. So getting into any relationship back then, any relationship that I had before my awakening, before me entering into a new life and into a new eyesight, was traumatic. Every single one. There was not one relationship that I had within the past that was of health, that was of a clean mind. It was all built off of trauma bonding. I had my child, and my child, woke me up. Woke me up just like before when he said, Mommy, I don't like the way that you talk to me. because we have all had those calls, right? You have had children sometimes and you feel like, why the fuck did I just have this child by, this person? Not saying anything about your child, but you're thinking, I tried to get pregnant a million times in one, and once I'm trying to, do blank blank blank, I get pregnant. There is something that you're supposed to learn from that situation. For me, it was, you're repeating the same thing, you're doing the same thing, this is the same thing, you're playing the same record. I I wasn't getting it. I wasn't getting it. I was weighed. I had to wait on my back, just like my mother before me. I had to wait on my back. I didn't know what the hell I wanted to do, and I did that shit for years, even after the relationship with the abusive, narcissistic warlock. And we can go on for days and talk about that situation, but we won't, because I'm healed, and that situation even has taught me how to be strong within this time. Do you hear me? This was another person that was beating on me and belittling me and having me to lower myself and lower my standards. But the truth was, now in my healing, I can't even be upset with this person or upset with none of them. Why? Because I know that you too were broken. I know your story personally. I know how you also experienced being essayed as a small child and having that done to you from a man, and not being able to tell that to your mom, not being able to tell that to your family, because your family is one of those families who also wear masks. I trauma bonded, and I felt like, damn, this is something that I need to stay in this space for, because I don't want to give up on somebody like this, because maybe that's giving up on me. Maybe that's why I have never had success, because people give up on me. This is what you'll feel like. But as you heal, you start to notice, I have to close that door, because these are demons that will try to not just heal together. No, they're going to try to feast on each other, to grow, to multiply, to create more. After I got pregnant, we went through a lot of struggle, and I mean a lot of struggle, not just with our finances, but with our relationship was way worse. The beatings, they got worse, and the cheating was way worse. The cheating had got so bad that he had stopped coming home, and it had started to become to where now I was seeing how my life was about to be, being a mother. I was seeing that my life was going to be him coming in and out of my home, and us getting into these domestic violence disputes, and my child seeing it. I remember one day him being gone and absent from our apartment that we had now had together. And, I was pregnant in the house, and we couldn't afford to get our lights on because of the fact that we were struggling bad. And I was in this apartment, trying to find food and trying to make my way around, being 7 months pregnant by him while he was on a date with another woman. And the way that I found this out was by my aunt. My aunt has started to take him back and forth to work. He would pay her to take him to work because he had finally found a job. Out of all these years we've been together, he finally found a job. And, she started taking him back and forth to work. And sometimes when she would take him to work, I would accompany them. But then there were sometimes I would not, because I wouldn't be feeling well. She tells me, I get into the car, and she tells me, he had went out on a date with a female, and he told me about it. This was the thing that made me feel like that I was done. Not only now are you disrespecting me and have been abusing me, I'm pregnant, and you do all these things to me, but now I am carrying your child. You go on a date and you tell my aunt about it. I felt broken. This person felt happy in their life because basically we had switched places, destiny swapping. I was now feeling bad about myself, low self-esteem, depression on an all-time high. I was pregnant. I felt like that I was, failing in life. I stopped going to school. My hair was falling out. I felt horrible. But this person was now, hanging out and going on dates and dressing amazing and being out into all times of the night and everything. And they felt great. Now I want to highlight this situation just like I've done before, because this video is more so about my testimony to teach you guys versus me to just tell my testimony. You will know that you are in a destiny swap relationship when you start to see that your life, you came into, let's say you come into a relationship and you're doing good and somebody else is not doing so good, but now it's like a seesaw. Now they start to pull you down and now they're pulling, pushing them up. This is basically what was happening with inside of our relationship. A lot of the things that I would do was now the things that he was doing, and it's almost as if we started to switch. I remember telling him like I didn't want to be in a relationship no more. It was becoming too much. It was heavy. It was heavy. I started to get so damn depressed that I was now worried about the safety of my baby, the safety of my pregnancy, the safety of myself. I was not in the right mind state. I remember packing up all of my things and telling my family like I need you guys to help me because this is going to be like leaving crack. For me, I was pregnant. My belly was getting big. I was sick, throwing up. I wasn't feeling well. Um, and I was going through a change. I was not only going through a change physically, I was going through a big ass change emotionally because I was becoming a mother, and honestly, it was creeping me out. It was creeping me out. I was feeling like I'm gonna become my mother. This is probably what happened to her. It was all these things that were happening. I remember having a dream one day, and I was taking a nap. I had a dream that me and this person was going to break up. I come outside. He's standing by his car, and I tell him I just want us to remain cool. No matter what happens, I want us to remain cool. He was like, what are you talking about? I'm like, I feel like that me and you are going to break up. But, no matter what, I want us at least to be cool. So therefore, we can have some type of relationship for the baby. He looks at me and was like, why the fuck would you say that? I was like, I'm just telling you because I had a dream. He's like, yeah, well, that's not going to happen. After that, I made the decision to leave. And I wanted to leave because it was just getting to the point where nothing was mentally preparing this person for the fact that we were having a baby. Here I was starting to buy baby clothes and saving my checks so I could get a better place. And now I'm thinking differently and I'm trying to stop doing certain things. I'm having to switch my mental because I'm processing that I'm about to become a mother, and this person started to stay out later. They were turned up a little bit harder. They were a little bit more dismissive. They were colder. We would get into arguments, and this person would tell me, well, then get the F out of my car then. Pull over and put me out. Sometimes it would be pouring down, raining, and I would have to walk all the way to my grandmother's house or whoever house that I knew that was near, if not a bus or something, a store, because this person would put me out. They would tell me, you always throwing up, you always not feeling well, you always sick. You used to be fun, now you're boring. I started to feel like me being pregnant was the worst thing that had happened to me. And although I kept saying at the beginning of my pregnancy that we didn't have to go through with the pregnancy, They told me to go through with it, and I felt like that it was all because they wanted to then later on use that pregnancy to torture me. I was becoming more and more sick, and it wasn't because of my pregnancy. It was also because of the mental stress that I was under. The mental stress that I was under. My family went from not liking him and saying that he's horrible and not really having anything to say to him and my aunt started to become close, and they were suddenly bosom buddies, you know? It was becoming a lot of stress for me. It was becoming a lot of stress for me. I started to feel like this was the very reason why I didn't want to go through with it. This is the very reason why I didn't want to go through with it. And when I would say that, he would be like, it's too late, isn't it? It's too late then. It's too late. Why are we talking about that? I started to slip inside of the worst, I guess you would call it prepartum depression, because I had not even had the baby yet, but my mind was inside of a daze. Of a daze. Sometimes I would find phone numbers and different things. It was becoming progressively worse every day as I got bigger, as I got older and more mature within my pregnancy. Our relationship started to crumble. This person had a tie around my neck that bad to where I felt like I couldn't even break free. I couldn't break free. When I decided to leave that relationship, my grandmother told me maybe you should move back with your mother. Maybe this would be a good time to go back to your mother because you're pregnant, you're an adult now, and maybe things will be a lot different now with you guys as dynamic because you've been through all of this and your mother should be here for you at this time. So I didn't have any other option, and so I decided to move back in with my mother. I told myself that, you know what, I'm going to move back with my mother, get my shit together, and I'm going to do that because now it's not just about me, but it's about my child. I stayed with my mother for years. Our relationship started to get a little bit more better. We started to talk a lot more. We bonded over the fact that now that I was a mother, things were more serious in my life. I was not a little girl anymore. I had a kid that I had to look out for, and I had someone else now that I had to be a better version of myself for, although I did not know how the fuck to even be that better version of myself. Me and my mother talked a lot, and at this time I felt myself kind of doing what I would do in the past, kind of like letting somebody just lead me because I was lost and I didn't know how to pick up the pieces within my own life. So I would just feel like, okay, fuck it, just let you lead. So my mother became my new leader. It went from, her to my grandmother, from my grandmother to her, from her to my warlock, from my warlock back to my mother. And I went like this because I felt like I don't know how to do this shit on my own, so I'm gonna just give you control. I let my mother control my relationships that I was building while I was in her house, all the way down to my parenting. Every little thing that I did, my mother felt like that you're doing it wrong. I know exactly how to do this because I'm a mother, but in the back of my head, I was still pissed about all the shit that had happened when me and my siblings was young. I felt like I didn't want you to be a grandmother to my child because you were the worst mother that I have ever had, a worst mother a child can have growing up. So I felt like I didn't want you to be a grandmother to my child. Although sometimes she was a great grandmother to my son, I felt like that I didn't trust it. I felt like this was a lie. I felt like it had to be fake. Somewhere in there had to be some fake emotions because I had never seen this person be loving. And honestly, this was also my insecurity. This was my insecurity, this was my pettiness, and this was my trauma because I felt like, how dare you try to be a mother to my child and be this great grandmother, but you were the worst mother that I had growing up. I yearned for my mother's relationship growing up. Although I had my aunt and my grandmother, there was something inside of me that just had to have my mother. Maybe it's the paternal, or maybe it's the connection within the womb between the mother and the child, but there was something within inside of me that just said, you have to have your mother. So not knowing how to scream and show, hey, I need help. I really, really, really want to have this new relationship with you. This was something I knew that I couldn't do. My mother wasn't going to counseling. My mother wasn't going into therapy, and she wasn't talking to somebody. She wasn't going to seek help. This was something that she didn't want to do because, to be honest, she felt like there was not a problem there to look after in the first place. Sometimes I was confused. My mother would she would say and stand on the fact that she was a good mother. She would swear up and down that I never beat y'all that much and I never did all these things to you. These are the things that people have put in your mind and now you see it this way. My mother would assure us on her very last breath that this was something that never took place. And I would sometimes think that I was losing my mind. Maybe my trauma has put me in a place where now I might be losing my fucking mind. But there would be situations where my brother would have to come back into the fold and we would swap stories and he would assure me, no, that shit really happened. I would buy my mother everything and I would give her money and I would give her half of my check. And if I had 10, if I would give her that, if I had food stamps, I would give her that because I just wanted her to know how much I appreciated her for helping me. I knew that growing up, me and her didn't have that great of a relationship. So for her to be here with me at my time of need, me knowing that, you know, she's raised her children to whatever extent that she could. And although me and her had a really weird relationship, she's now helping me with my child. I felt like I wanted to show her my loyalty. And that meant that I had to submit myself and give. I couldn't give this person sexually, so I gave them material. Because I know with my mother, that was her number one love, was material. So if I made myself worthy, if I made myself needed, then she would keep me around and she would continue to help me. She would tell me, don't hold his head like that, or don't do this with him, and you make him sleep too much, and you got to burp him, you got to do this, you got to do that. She was so on point when it came to me as a mother, but I would sometimes feel and want to scream out, but you were never like this for me though. So sometimes it was more so of me feeling like, wow, why is it that I didn't get this opportunity to experience a mother? This was my low insecurity. There was something inside of me, no matter how much my mother tried to have a relationship with me, sometimes I would just feel so enraged and I would feel like, I just didn't want to have a relationship. I would still talk to my grandmother and my aunt on the phone, and my aunt would always make jokes like, oh, you and your mother is getting along. How do you feel about that? And honestly, I would feel good about it, but I knew that this was something that they didn't want to hear. So for the both of my grandmother and my aunt, I would say things like, I'm just sick and tired and I don't want to be here. I miss you guys, because I knew that this is what they wanted to hear. My grandmother would always say things like, give your mom a chance, and, I know she's a lot, but just stick in there. Your relationship will get good. And my aunt will always make jokes about our situations. I wanted things to go so well with my mother, but it seemed like a lot of people around me did not want that for me and for her. To have a good relationship with my mother would mean that my grandmother could have possibly had a good relationship with my mother, which would mean that there was another dynamic that we could have created. It would mean that we did not have to be inside of this volatile state with each other. So I feel like for me to continue to war with my mother was a way for them to feel like I'm validated for feeling the way that I feel about my daughter or about my mom or about my sister. You know, my mother had her man. She had her man, and this was the drug dealer that she had been in a relationship since since I was a teenager. I didn't have any war with him or any beef, but when they would get into these arguments, they will become so loud and so obnoxious to where it would now disturb whoever was around in that vicinity. So if you were next door to them, you're hearing that. If you're in the house, you're hearing that. Hell, if you live next door, you're hearing that. But after time, just like her husband, whatever would fall off, he would become angry. He would start to yell and scream and call her, itches and HOEs, and they would fight, and you could hear things in the room being tossed around and falling on the floor. And he would say, "I hate you," and "I don't even know why I'm dealing with you." And he would pack up his things, and it would become a big thing. On one particular night, their fight became so bad to where I was sleeping. My sister, my brothers, they have to get ready for school in the rising, and I'm in the room sleeping, and I could hear, tussling. And because of the fact that I'm used to this is something I've been going through since I was a little girl. I know how my mother households was. This is why I didn't want to be here. This is why I didn't want to be here, because I had just came out of my own domestic situation, and I'm moving back in the house where this shit all started. So I know that this is what my environment was. But this became so loud that it literally put me into the state of PTSD. I started freaking out and thinking that this person was going to come in now my room or do something, or it was becoming so loud, spilling out into the hallway. I jumped out of my bed and threw the door open and started yelling, "Get me the F up out of here. Get me the F up out of here." I became so angry and so polluted with festivity at this time that I was throwing every word out like, "You're so stupid. I'm over here trying to get myself together and be in my mother's house, and this is why I never wanted to come back to you, because this is the reason why I'm like this. And look what you're doing. My newborn baby is in the room, and you out here arguing and fighting. This man is putting his hands on you in the room." I could hear my mother screaming in the room saying, "Stop hitting me." She told me, "No, that's not what you're hearing. You're tripping. That's not what was going on. That's not what's happening." I was beating him up. I was beating him up. And that's the thing. She would always want it to be stern to me and my sister that she was beating this person up, or he's never hitting me. I'm hitting him. But I could hear otherwise. He was so upset that he was still back in the room getting his stuff. Now embarrassed, he's running out the front door in embarrassment, dropping his things, picking them up, and he scurried off. I looked at my mom and I told her before going back in my room, "I'm moving. I'm moving." This is exactly why I didn't want to come back, because I knew that it would be this. This is what I was trying to get away from in my own life. For this, I could have stayed where the fuck I was at. And I went in my room. I closed the door. I felt embarrassed for my mother. She didn't talk about it. She felt like, it happened, and just like everything else, we're not going to talk about it. I finally ended up, started looking for places and I found a place. But we just dropped the subject and didn't talk about it because I knew that this was an embarrassing moment for her. And I felt like I don't want to embarrass you any further. I would try to have these conversations with my mother and we would start trying to have a good relationship, but it would just spiral and become something volatile and domestic and abusive all over again. So I threw my hands up with that situation and I felt like, you know what? Now that I am older and I have my child and me and you have somewhat of a good relationship, let me move out of your house so I know that we won't begin to hate each other because I don't want my child to grow up and now seeing that me and his grandmother have a hate relationship. So I moved into my own place. I moved into my own place under my mother's name because at this time I was not able to get my own place. I was not. I was not able to get my own place because being with my warlock, all we did was run shit up, and it got me to a place where I couldn't even get a apartment in my name at all. This person never helped with nothing. And once I was able to finally get my own apartment, I had to move out of this apartment because they found out that he was a felon. And so this created me to step into bad credit. After I had my son, I got on welfare and I started to work and I started to apply myself. I felt like, all I want to do is make sure that I can provide for my son. I would work, and just buy him things all the time, really just putting him as number one in my life now. I didn't really get myself anything. I felt like all I want to do is just do things for this child. So my mom being the one who was over my apartment, sometimes I would give her my rent for her to pay my rent. I knew that I couldn't go do it because I'm using your name. So my mother would take my money and she would tell me I'm going to go pay your rent at the office. And after about 5 months of me being there, one day the office management comes knock on my door and tell me that I'm up for eviction because I had not paid my rent in 3 months. When I asked my mother about it, she acted as if she didn't know what was going on and everything like that. But when I spoke to my grandmother said my mother had been taking that money and using it for herself. So once again, I was forced to have to move back into my mother's house. I couldn't stand being in the house with my mother. I couldn't stand being in the house with my mother, but I felt like I wanted to have a place. I wanted to have a place. I knew that I didn't have enough finances and I didn't have enough mental capacity to do it on my own. I didn't have that. I felt like I needed to have someone around me to help me to pull it together, to get it together. I felt like I was in a quicksand. Sometimes I felt like that there was just something over me where I could never seem to get my shit right. I feel like at that time I was definitely put under. I feel that there was something that was clouding me to make me feel like I was incapable, that I couldn't do things, that I wasn't worthy. I used to feel so much depression. It was like depression was my number one. Um, it was like depression was my number one emotional state at this time. I went from being with the warlock to being with my mother, but nothing was different. Nothing. The only thing was I was sexually active with one person and the other person I was not. But the control of how to live and what to do and how to think and what to say and how to dress and how to do my hair and how to raise my child and how to have conversations and how to do everything was still not upon myself. It was now everything, full control was given to my mother. A lot of that was my fault. I had such a warped sense of thinking that I felt I was incapable of making my own decisions. So therefore, if one person left out of my life, the next person that will walk in my life, I would give sole control to of every single move of my life. There were times when I would need a telephone number to something and I would call my grandmother and ask her, could you find this number for me? Because I felt like I was incapable to do it. I would ask my family to hold my money instead of opening a banking account. For years, I didn't want to drive because I felt like I just want to be chaperoned and you can take me. You can take me here. You can take me there. You can take me this place. I told my business all the time. You didn't really have to wonder what the fuck I was doing because I was telling it to you all the time. Somebody had me under a web of puppet strings and I was being pulled from one way to another, to another, to another, going from one layer of spell work, from another layer of spell work to another layer of spell work. And I was giving everyone a signature on a contract to have control over my life with ease. Being with my mother, I stayed with my mother for years. My son was now around 1 or 2, and I started, dating. My sister introduced me to this guy, and not wanting to be in a relationship, not wanting to get into anything at all because I had just started to now get a new sense of self. I was watching TV one day and Steve Harvey had came on and he was talking about his book, Think Like a Man. And I had just purchased this book. And so it created me to say, you know what, maybe I need to read the book. I started reading this book and this is what put me on my self-love journey of wanting to be celibate. I had never in my life tried celibacy. I never thought about it. And to be honest, I really never heard anything about celibacy. But I started looking into it and felt like this would be something that would be good for me. I had been into previous relationships and been with people before. And I felt like I was tired of giving you intimate side of myself without me knowing me first, without me loving me first and identifying self-worth within me. So I put myself on a cleanse and said, you know what? I'm about to be celibate. Being celibate was hard because I told myself I'm not just going to be celibate. I'm not going to touch myself. I'm not going to watch anything with sexual content. What I am doing is trying to get myself to just be out of this sexual type of a mindset. And you know how sometimes you will just do these things not knowing and not being aware that God is repositioning you and kind of like reorganizing you and pushing you into alignment. As I look back, I think about how God was like, do celibacy. And I'm thinking that, oh, this is just coming from this book, but it was God's way of having me to see this commercial to remind me that you had this book, to read the book, and now to choose something that was going to really, really heal me and help me in a major way. As I became celibate, I started to learn that I had a lot of sexual things that was going on with me. I had a lot of sexual things that's going on with me, but I started to gain a lot of self-strength. I started to gain strength being in that state of mind, and I started to gain a lot of willpower that I did not even understanding that I had. I didn't know that I had this type of willpower about myself. I didn't know that I could to submit to my own self and to create these boundaries over myself. I started to, say how I wouldn't date certain people. And one day I made a list of what I wanted within the next person that I would come into contact with. I was just thinking there has to be something better out here. There has to be something freeing out here. There has to be something different out here than what I had been experiencing. And so at this time in my life, I was in my self-help journey. I started to read a lot, and I started to think differently, and I started to want a lot more different things than what was around my environment. I didn't want to have to be in a relationship because I felt like I needed a person. I wanted to be in a relationship because I wanted this person, but I also wanted this person to want me. But I wanted to love myself before I got into a relationship with another person. My sister introduced me to my husband. I think Mother's Day or Father's Day, and we were at this park, and I remember her saying, you ain't been dating nobody for a minute, and he's a really nice guy, and this and that, and so I want you to meet him. Now I was inside of this new mindset, like, niggas, ninjas, ninjas. I'm just gonna be single. I'm gonna do me. I'm just gonna be with me and myself and I'm going to get my shit together and raise my son. This was the mindset that I was putting myself in. I had felt like the relationships that I had experienced before were just toxic. I felt like growing up I had seen nothing but toxic. So I felt like out there was nothing to offer but toxic, you know? And I just didn't trust another person to be in my son's life, going through being, S8 and having all of this different dark sexual stuff that was hanging over my head. I felt like I didn't want anybody to come within my life and to do anything to my child. So I felt like I'll just be by myself for until he's about 18 and he grows up. And this was the conditioning of my mind. But, my sister was very persistent and she said, no, I'm going to invite him because I want you to meet this guy. And we meet, and instantly, I'm thinking, no, this is not what I want. This is not what I want. I don't want to be in a relationship at this moment. And there's certain things that I'm seeing. I just don't want to be in a relationship with this. Now, although I'm celibate, I'm reading books, I'm doing different things within my life, I still not had experienced any counseling, no therapy. I was not going to church at this time anymore. We had not been in church for years, actually, and there was no spiritual practice that I was doing. There was nothing. So I still had a lot of shit that was going on with me mentally. And so I just felt like I just didn't want to get into no relationship. Him being a guy, he felt like, you're cute and I want to talk to you and everything like that. And we talked for a really long time and became friends. I had never been in a relationship like this. It was different. The conversations was different. The concern was very much so different. The motivation was different, and the temperament was just so different. I remember calling my aunt in New York and talking to my mom and just everybody, thinking that, I'm happy. I'm starting to become happy within this relationship because at first I didn't want to be in this relationship at all. I felt like he's not my type. This is not what I want to do. This is not this. And I think I made a lot of excuses because I kind of just wanted to push it away. I just wanted to push it away. I felt like I had lost on so many occasions in my life to where I was just ready to say, you know what, fuck it, I'll just be alone. So I was just pushing anything that was coming to me away because I just felt like it was just going to be a bad outcome. But he was so different and he was so patient and he was so kind. And I remember telling my family about him, thinking they were going to be excited for me, like, wow, you finally are, you found this person, he found you, and you're happy. But that's not the reaction that I received. I wanted to be in his presence all the time. He made me smile inside. Even in that, I would try to be tough and cover my face because I didn't want him to see when I smiled or when I had a reaction, because I had came from so much of me being vulnerable and giving myself and getting my hand or my heart kind of like pushed and slapped away. Me and him would have these conversations, and he would tell me stuff like, wow, you're strong, and you know he would share certain things with me. I felt like I was slowly opening up a part of myself that I didn't even know that I had, and that was care. Care to love again, care to be again. Although, of course, I had, my son, and I love him, I didn't know what it was to actually see good in me. I thought that everything that I had did, just being curious to girls and having the abusive relationship that I had been in and being treated like a used rug, feeling abused by family, abused by myself, abused by my thoughts. I just felt so gross. But this person would look at me with so much beauty, like they saw something like that was glittery. And it reminded me of how I had once seen the world, once seen myself, once seen everyone around me. And it felt so peaceful there. It felt peaceful there. I felt like, fuck. If they knew how much I cared about this person, this would be another thing for them to try to remove. At first, my mother liked him. She thought he was great and all of these different things. And, my aunt would tell me, you should speak to him and all of this stuff if he makes you happy and this and this. But as people started to see that our relationship got really, really serious, there was a lot of hatred and shade from both sides, not just mine, but now his family as well. Our relationship started to get very, very serious. And we started talking about doing things like getting married and having more children and just conversations that I had never had before. Although I had already had my son, I had never talked about actually like having a baby and getting married and is spending my life with this person. I kind of had always knew with my warlock that this was a toxic ass relationship and we were trauma bonding, you know? But this relationship was different and it was way more mature. My husband cared about me so easily, like just so easily to listen to my stories and hear me and see me cry with me and be so concerned was something that was so different. It was so different. I had not never experienced a level of someone's concern without wanting something in return, without wanting sex back in return, without wanting something back in return. I remember being on the phone with him and telling my husband, like, I'm leaving. I'm moving back to be closer towards my grandmother and my aunt because they had moved back to New York and we had not seen them for a really, really long time. It had been almost years. And so at this time, me and his relationship is picking up. Things are going so great and they're blossoming. And I was just in this haze of finally being happy in my life. Although I was still in the space with my mom, I knew that he was now like a piece of heaven. I knew that I can call him and talk to him about certain things. I knew that if I didn't feel well, that he was going to be here for me. It was one time that I had the flu and he came over to make me soup and to give me medicine and to make sure that I was good. And anytime my son needed anything, he was right there. This was something that a level of concern and love that I had never experienced. And like I said, this person didn't want anything back in return. I was starting to feel safe. After I told him that I was leaving, he told me that he would leave with me too. He broke the news to his family and told them that, I'm going to move in with my girlfriend and her family, and, this is what I want to do. And we moved in with each other. We were so happy. We were so happy because we felt like, wow, this is something that we're doing. We're doing it. And this was the first major relationship that I had since me now not being with the warlock. And it was so refreshing because it was nothing like the relationship that I had experienced with him, or even the guy after the warlock that I was with. This was a relationship where I felt like, damn, we are friends. But I started noticing that our relationship was causing a lot of insecurity within other people's relationships within the family. My aunt was also married at this time. She was married before I got married. She was one of the reasons that I wanted to be married, because I always had looked at her life and felt like, wow, despite everything that happened to you and what was put up against you and the battles that you have faced, you still created some type of life for yourself. And so I felt kind of like, wow, this was something that I never had seen within my family. Yeah, my mother was married, but that relationship was horrible. And I had front row seats, and I was one of the victims from that marriage. So seeing my aunt married was so refreshing, and I just was like, wow, I want to be married too. But my aunt started to show her horns. we would I would talk about, my husband, and people would suck their teeth like, all you do is talk about this person, and all y'all want to do is be underneath each other, and all you want to do is be together. Just know that once y'all become married, it's not going to be like that. That was something that was always dangled over our heads. It was something like poisonous that was trying to be put against us. People went from feeling like that they were so cool and so okay with him, but then they became one of his most newest and fondest enemies. Me and my husband had broke up, and for a while he was staying with my family and I was not. I was in a shelter with my son. And he would send me money making sure that me and my son was okay, although me and him wasn't even together. And one of the reasons why I was not with him was because of the fact that my aunt was upset that I didn't give her half of my tax money. And I had to keep my tax money for me and my son because that was all I had. So I was in a shelter. And while I was in that shelter, my husband was my boyfriend, and he would send me money to make sure that I was okay. He was like, I want you to come because I'm here. And the only reason why I didn't leave and go back home is because of the fact that I want you to come here to be with me. I knew that I love him, but that love used to scare the shit out of me because I felt like if they know that me and your relationship is real, this is when they're going to start to try to peel us away from each other, because this is how my family is. I would tell him this over and over again, over and over again. And he would say, no, me and your family's cool. You, matter of fact, just like I send you money, I sometimes send your mother money. And, me and your aunt just became real cool, and, your aunt's husband. And I'm like, hold on, wait. You sending my mother what? Me and him got back in a relationship, and I ended up being out there to be with him. And our relationship grew stronger. We were very close. It went from me being around my family to kind of just me and him being with each other nonstop all the time. I started to quickly see, living in a space with my family, that things went from, oh, you guys are so cute, to people were not so excited that we had the type of relationship that we were having, the way that he was concerned of me, and the way that he spoke up for me, and the way that we cared and loved each other started to be something that was dimming to other people in the household. He left his family and moved in with my family, and I had told him what was going on with me and my family, but I had never told him everything because I didn't want him to come into my family prejudging them. I felt like that I want you to get to know my family to see maybe if I'm tripping, maybe it's my experience with them that makes me feel so damn smothered and so exhausted and so just nerve wrecked with being around them. But he started to see a lot of the same things that I was telling him about. You know, my mother, she moved in with my grandmother, my aunt, and my brother and sister, they moved in, and my cousins was in there, and my aunt and her husband was in there, and we had a full fucking house once again, like the damn chain that I'm talking about, being underneath each other. Once again, we decided to move into one house. Shit started quickly going left. There were arguments. There were arguments in the house. There were fights in the house. There was people not getting along. There was people that were separating, and now we were older, and it was kind of like, I'm just done with this shit. I had been born into this family seeing them argue since I was a little girl, and now here I was, a grown ass woman with now, her fiance slash boyfriend in a relationship and have my son, and now I am now a product of my environment, and I'm in the same space with now my child. One day my grandmother comes in my room, and she comes in and she's looking at me with her eyes bugged out her head, and she closes the door, and I'm like, what's going on, what's going on? She's like, you need to talk to your boyfriend. He was upstairs in the hallway lifting your mother up. Your mother has a jean skirt on, and he's picking her up and saying, she was saying he couldn't pick her up, and so now he's upstairs picking her up. So when he came downstairs, me and him had a conversation, and I told him, I'm like, don't do things like that because it looks crazy. Me and him had a private conversation, and he was like, I apologize, I'll never do it again. My mother would, play with him or say certain things to him, or, my aunt would say certain things to him. And he would never go there. He would never say things back. So my mother started to feel like he was being different. She started telling me, I don't like him. I don't like the fact that he's now acting different. It seemed like, he was acting one way. Now we're all living together, and it's acting different. So she started telling me that she didn't like him at all. I didn't really pay any attention to it because I always knew that 9 times out of 10, if I really liked something, my mother just started not to like it. So I didn't pay any attention to it. I felt like this is just her, being her. And me and him started talking about getting married. I always wanted my mother to be there for me when I got married. So I went up to her and started talking to her about it. I asked my mom to help me with my wedding after, my husband finally proposed to me, and we decided to get engaged and to go through with, getting married. My mother told me that I would be a fool to marry him, and that she would not help me with the wedding, and that she in fact was about to move up out of the house because she was sick and tired of living in her sister's house, knowing that she had to live in the maid's quarters of her sister's house. So she was going to leave because she said that I'm I'm sick of being here. And then now on top of that, you are now about to marry this guy, and I feel like this would be one of the most dumbest things that you could ever do. That shit hurt me. It hurt me. I felt like, damn, I thought that you would be happy. This is what my mind told me. But now in a space of being in a new state of mind, My mother felt like she felt jealous. She felt jealous. She felt envious and she felt upset. She felt like, here you are, my child, and you have this relationship with this person, and this is something that I could not achieve for myself. So she did not want to go through with helping me. My mother was upset because she felt like she was living in a house where her sister was now married, okay? And she felt like that I was engaged. And the worst thing, the my mother's worst fear was to become old and alone. Her fear was to become my grandmother, not knowing how my grandmother became my grandmother. All she knew was I don't want to be that way. But she never knew what measures my grandmother had to take in life to become that way. And like I said in the begin before, sometimes we don't want to end up like someone, or we feel like I don't want to end up like this parent, but we don't even try to heal that trauma space inside of us that created our parents to end up within that space. I started to prepare for my wedding. But preparing for my wedding, I was very angry. I felt like, here's my mother again, abandoning me. Here's my mother again, leaving me when I need her, and she's putting me off on her sister and her mom. And then she uses this very same thing to say to me, oh, all you want to do is be with your grandmother and your mom, but with your grandmother and your aunt. But the truth was is that at every experience that I need you, you abandoned me. You abandoned me. My aunt ended up helping me with my wedding, and she became like, the wedding planner. She told me, baby, I always got you. I've always had you, and you're my baby. And so she created, my wedding, and she did the planning for my wedding. And it was the most happiest and sad day of my life. I went into my marriage feeling hollow. I went into my marriage not knowing how to heal my pain. And I went into my marriage feeling like I'm marrying you because you see something beautiful within me, but that is something that I don't see within myself. I felt empty, although I was doing something that I had always wanted to do, which was to be married. At this very moment, I didn't feel anything. I felt hollow. I didn't know what a wife looked like. I didn't know what a mother looked like. I didn't know what a proper woman or sister or anything looked like. So for me to now go into a relationship, and I am now engaged, and now I'm fucking married, I didn't know how would I be able to get through with this. How would I ever be able to do this successfully? How am I going to get my son to where he needs to be in life, and to be show up and be this great wife for this person, and be this great studious woman, when I didn't know how to be none of that shit. I started to feel the weight of the world, and the weight of my marriage, and the weight of my family heavier on my back than I did before. I would ask my husband all the time, like, why did you want to marry me? Why do you love me? Why do you care about me? Why do you want to be with me? Why do you want to, like, now pouring all of this stress onto this person of having to be the one who picks me up, the one who tells me I love you, the one who has to pick me up and say I care about you. Sometimes I would be so depressed that I would tell my husband that I didn't even want to be here anymore. I don't even want to be around anymore. All I've ever done was be so abused in my family and abused by other people, and I just felt so empty. And by the time that I met my husband and got with him, although I was trying to get my shit together, I still didn't know how to do it. So I was non-successful with that. it made me get into a relationship. It created me to get into a relationship, and now I began to pour all of my issues onto my husband. He would look at me sometimes and say, like, I feel so bad, babe. Like, for you not to want to be here, for you not to want to love yourself, for you not to want to be around. Do you know how much that would hurt me? Do you know how much that would hurt, our son? Do you know how much this would hurt? I couldn't understand that though, because I felt like I just wanted my pain to end. I spoke more about not wanting to be here than I had spoke about being here. It seemed like the older that I was getting in my life, that the more depressed and the more bitter and the more rageful and the more darker that I was getting as time went on. After being with my husband, living with my family, we started being hit with different challenges. There was a lot of different challenges we instantly started being hit with. And I remember my aunt's husband saying, marriage looks great. It looks great. But it seems like once you get married, things just go to hell. And I remember telling him, like, that would never be me, because I don't feel like that will be us, because we're friends and we're so happy. But he assured me that things would change. Instantly, we get married, and before you know it, the change started happening. We were hit with endless situations, but the next situation that we will be hit with would either make or break our relationship, and this was the trial of infidelity. My aunt's husband had got my husband at the time a job, and I was excited because this meant money for us. Maybe we could possibly start saving up so we can move. Maybe we could start buying our own things so we wouldn't have to need my family, so they wouldn't have to feel like we were using them. Whatever this might mean, meant that we would have our own. So I was very excited. But at the same time, me and my husband was going through a lot of odds, because I was in a really bad space when it came to my mother. My mother had left, and once she left is when she started to send me messages saying that I'm sorry that I left, but I had to, because I felt like, my sister and my mother didn't want me there. And sometimes I even felt like you didn't want me there as well. I started telling her, like, this is untrue. This is not what is the truth. I wanted you here. I wanted you here so bad that I had to really think about not wanting to get married, because you wasn't here to help me with my wedding. My mother was upset, and she was like, well, I don't feel that's so, because if it was so, you wouldn't have got married without me being there. Me and her went back and forth. It became really volatile. She ended up telling me to take my marriage and shove it up my ass. She wanted nothing to do with me, my husband, not even her grandson. She said, you're letting a loser help you with him. So now you go ahead and be with that loser and have a great life. I was very displaced, and I was upset, because I felt like here it was again, my mother was doing this. She was making me feel bad for choosing myself and putting me first. I wanted to marry this person. I loved him. And even though we were pushed a little sooner, because my family felt like they didn't want us in the house shacking, so it put a little bit more fire underneath us to get married. We knew that no matter what, we wanted to be married. So I was in a really bad place at this time. I was going back and forth with my mother. I was really upset, and I kind of felt like, it was because of the fact that I got married that, me and my mother was back at the beginning, where we were beefing and I didn't have her in my life. My mother would do this a lot. She would use mind manipulation, to make me feel like, oh, I don't want you in my life then. If you're going If you're going to do this and that, then you don't have to have me in your life anymore. This was the same type of things that she had did to my grandmother. Whenever my grandmother would choose herself or feel like I'm standing up for myself against you, my mother would use us. She would tell my grandmother that, well, you're not going to see your grandkids, or she would play us against other people so she could get her way. And this was the same shit that she had started doing to her kids. She would say, I wasn't going to deal with you. I wasn't going to talk to you, knowing that at this time, with us going through what we were going through and being in this low vibrated state, that type of shit was working. It was working for my mother to tell me that she wasn't going to deal with me. It was working for her to be able to manipulate me. I had to grow up and notice that I gave a lot of people a lot of keys to my vote. I gave a lot of people a lot of access to me. And this was because of the fact that I didn't really know how to sit back and have access for myself and then put some boundaries over me. I didn't know that no can sometimes be a great thing, or closing the door to certain shit could be a wonderful thing. I felt like me sharing every aspect with myself and giving all of myself to you guys would make you love me. And that is because I didn't even really know the true meaning of love at this time. You know, my aunt husband got my husband a job at Walmart, and he was working there for a long time. That he was doing really good, and everything was doing good for him at this space. But it was kind of like some type of energy that was being sent to pull us away from each other. Although we were growing separately. Our relationship was on a very bad decline. We were not communicating well. We didn't have each other's best interests at heart at this time. And it was kind of like we were being, like I said, pulled in two different directions. My mind was on the relationship between me and my mother. And what does this look like or mean for us now that I was married? Did this mean that I had to be married and now sacrifice the relationship with my mother? My husband was now feeling like he was doing good in his life. He was starting to work. He had this new sense of self, and he was becoming strong, but just strong without me. This started to weigh really heavy on our relationship. And I remember one day we got into an argument, and I told him, as long as you bringing home money, I don't give a fuck what you do. I treated my husband like shit. I treated him like shit. I would yell and I would belittle the things that he had to say. I made jokes that were very disrespectful. I would put my self first and everybody around first, and then think of his interest. I did this a lot of times intentionally. I want to be honest when I say that, because this is about removing the mask and showing the truth. I did this because it was done to me, but that does not mean make it right. I was unaware of real love. I didn't know that real love meant sweet words and words of encouragement and loving someone truly, good and bad. Being there from someone through the thick, the thin, and the critical. I didn't know that loving someone meant that losing a part of yourself, but gaining so much more. I was misdirected on what love honestly looked like. For me, loving my son meant somehow not being what I had in my life. Loving my son meant not leaving you, not abandoning you. Loving my son meant showing up. And loving my son meant so many things, but these were even broken things. This was even a tormented, abusive, and traumatic way to see love. See, for my son, I felt like if I just be what I didn't have, then I'm giving you. But it doesn't mean that that's what he wanted. It doesn't mean that that's what spoke to him. It doesn't mean that that is his language of love. I was spilling trauma everywhere. I didn't realize that the person that was right in front of my face was my person, because all I could think about was everything that I had been through. All I could think about what I was still going through. All I could think about was everything that I had came away from. And it was like I was pulling all of these dead bodies and this dead weight. And he would tell me to run, just run. But I couldn't, because I was trying to hold on to everything. These things that anchored me. I felt like if I lose these things, then what would I be? So I was ready to give up on him. I was ready to give up on him. I was ready to throw in the towel. The spell work and the trauma and everything had me ready to say, you know what? Just forget it. Finding out that he had an affair, it didn't feel like it felt when I found out that the warlock was cheating. When I found out that the warlock was cheating, it was expected. I knew this relationship was toxic. I knew it. I didn't know how to claim it, and I didn't know the right words to wrap around it and how to dress it all cute and put a little bow on it. But I knew that it was never going to be love and marriage. I knew that it was never going to go into that space. So when I got into this relationship and knowing the type of way that we came in, it was shocking. I found out my husband was having an affair because God kind of just tugged me. You know, that intuition as a woman where you kind of just start to feel things, but it was something so much stronger than that. It was God's way of saying, I'm showing you that you do know what you know. When it came out, me and him, we went for days, just having a talk and asking all the questions like you do when you find out that you just had some type of big ass infidelity done. Who was it? How long was it? This and that, just different questions. And I was so in my mind, the more questions I asked, the more answers he gave. The more I pressed, the more he said, okay. The more that I said, I don't want to do this no more. He said, I'll take whatever, but just don't tap out. It was the more. It was like we stayed up for nights. We stayed up for nights. And I remember wanting to say inside of my body that I'm done. At this time, my family was calling from different spaces. My mother finally called me out of nowhere and said that she was so sorry. She said that she was so sorry and she wished that this would have never happened to me. But I felt that this was exactly what she wanted to happen. So therefore, it would be something that would happen. So therefore, we can talk. Because this was always how it was. It was always something that would happen that would create me to need her or to need them or to need some type of dynamic of them. I had been in and out of their houses, and I had given them control over my life for so long, to where now that the control over my son was shared between me and other people around me. His upbringing was now becoming me and them versus me and my husband. I remember asking God, what do I do? What do I do? This was the first time that I had had a conversation with God, with everything that I had been through, everything that was happening in my life. But this was the first time that I had said, God, I need to pull you in because I need to ask some questions. I remember having a conversation with God, and God said, if you love this person, then show courage, show strength, and fight. Everybody was asking me, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? My aunt and her husband, they said they felt so much pain that they now was starting to have arguments. She said she would tell him to calm down because now he didn't want to deal with my husband anymore because he was saying that my husband was a cheater and all these different things. And they said so much fucked up things about him. They had made it more bigger what the situation even was. It was between me and him. It was our situation. And God was saying, right now I'm about to teach you something. See, you have been letting people make the choices for your life, for your entire life. You've never picked up control of not a damn thing and said, I'm going to put some boundaries on this. It is in this moment that you are going to have to either take it and say, I'm going to share this thing with everybody and let it be what it is, or you're going to put a boundary over this. I decided to put a boundary. I told everybody that I was going to work it out because I love my husband. It was the best choice that I ever made. I had people, family calling me, asking me, are you sure? Is this what you want to do? How do you know that this person is not lying, that it's not more, that it wasn't this, that it wasn't that? But I told them I was going with my gut. I was going with what God showed me. I was going with the fact that I was not my best. I was going with the fact that me and you just started and we came from trauma. I'm going with the fact that I know that God is going to be in the midst of this situation for the rest of our lives. I'm going with the fact that no weapon that is formed against us will prosper. I am going on the fact that you are my soulmate. I went on that. I stood up in that moment, and for the first time in my life, I made a choice. I made a choice not to listen to the words of other people's encouragement, listen to the fears of my own self saying, girl, you don't want to go through this, do you? You don't want this, that. You're my shadow self just trying to pull me down because of the fact that even my shadow was scared. But I had to stand up for the first time in my life. I had to stand up. We stayed together. And we decided to redo our vows and to do that alone. To this time, instead of incorporating my family, do something private and between us. And that's what we did. It was the best thing that we did. You know, we shared some beautiful words to each other, and we have and still have fulfilled every last one of those words, and still are. Years passed, and you know, we were still staying with my family, but the dynamic and the demographics just became different. Everything became different. It was now like we were broken off into some like Bloods and Crips type war against each other in some type of way that I didn't sign up for, or neither did my husband. You know, I was so focused on now trying to build up my relationship and become more communicative, and just thinking, you know, something could have just happened. So I was more focused on building up my family versus working on my my maternal family. I started to get into, you know, wanting to work again. I had not worked in a long time. For a long time, it was just my husband kind of like taking the slack of things. And I started to feel, it was like the more I pulled closer to my husband and paid attention to our life, was the more that I started to gain my strength back and started to see that I am capable of doing it on my own, not letting people make decisions for me, but actually being grown and making fucking decisions for myself. I wanted to go back to work. You know, I had been working for a really long time when I lived with my mom, but this meant, you know, I'm not with my mom, so I don't have to pour everything into her. You know, I'm not with the abusive warlock, so I don't have to pour everything into him. So after that of, you know, me and my husband giving what we would have to give towards rent and everything else, we would have, you know, some cash so we can do things like dates and stuff like that. And we were just in a space of is finally feeling like we were happy, finally feeling happy. Things started to get a little bit more peaceful in our lives. We started gaining friends. You know, at this time we was picking up outside friends, and we were building up our lives just separately. But it started to be a lot of tension from not just the people outside, like his family and certain family members in my life, but from the people that we were living with, the people that we were living with in the house. You know, my grandmother started saying, you know, you and your husband is working now. You should be able to give more rent. You should be able to give more money for rent now. Y'all could give more money for rent. So she was telling us we was going to have a talk, and we were going to have to give more money for rent, and that things was going to have to go up with the rent. This started to be something that would carry us out until the moment that we finally decided to move. More money, more money, more money. It became a conversation about more money every single moment. Money was not, it was never enough money that was given. It was never enough money that was given. If I would get my hair done, my aunt's husband would be saying, I don't think it's okay for you to get your hair done and you're not the lady of the house. If I would get my husband something for his soul day or anniversary, it would have to be done within a secret or a sneaking. Because if they would find out that we purchased anything, they would be ready to be down our throats. We were not able to save a dime because every single morsel of our money was having to be consumed to be given towards the house. My aunt started acting weird with me. You know, I started hanging out at my coworker, my friend's house, and me and my son would go over there while my husband was working, because it got to the point where I didn't even want to be in the house with them alone anymore. If my husband was working, then I would just be out, because I did not want to be in the house with them. Because if I was, they would leave us in a room and kind of like talk around me and my son, and they would just leave and not tell us they were leaving. It kind of did weird stuff like that anyway. So I was just like, you know what? I'm just gonna just do my own thing. So they started acting weird. Like my aunt one day came to me and said, you know, you're always at your friend's house. So I don't know, maybe y'all should just move over there because y'all always over there. It was more of a anger that now we were getting on our feet. It was an anger that now we were able to afford to buy us a vehicle. We didn't have to ask them for a ride anymore. It was an anger that we were able to afford just anything, just being able to go to the store and buy us a burger without having to ask them could they sponsor this became such an anger. And for us to have been working on our marriage, and for it to be looking like it's going progressively well, was definitely starting to make people around us become very, very angry. Now, let me tell you how you find the spell work in this situation. They started to argue, my aunt and her husband. They will be arguing, and I remember one day he called her a bee. He was like, you know, you a bee, and I can't stand you. I hate you. And I remember standing right there hearing him, and my grandmother was like, you hate my daughter, you hate my daughter. He was like, yeah, I hate her. I hate her. I can't stand her. This is when you will start to see, just like in the situation with my mother, when you will hear in the story how I'm telling you how her husband and her boyfriend will become so vicious. Okay? You know, he was just spewing out all of these different things, packing up his stuff, saying, you know, I'll make sure that I take care of my son. But as far as you, I'm done. They started to argue. They started to argue. Every moment that me and my husband was doing better, getting our lives together, starting to realize that, I don't want to live with these people. I don't want to be here. We would go through this all the time. But it was like the more that we started to gain closer to each other and started to get our shit together, the spell work was pulling off. The spell work was lifting off. The spell work was dissolving. We could not even cook when we were living with them. My grandmother and my aunt would make the meals. It was, like I said, like a cult. My grandmother and my aunt made the meals the same way my mother would do when I lived with her. It was like you had to be a child, so submissive. Although you're a grown up, you have to be a child, so submissive in a space where everything should be treated evenly because you are grown and this is your family saying they're here to help you. Okay? Me and my husband started to feeling like we want to move out. We wanted to move out. We wanted to do our own thing because we started to feel like, you know what, I can't do this, this arguing. We were starting to argue. There was one time me and my aunt got into something so big, I almost put my hands on her. And it was like becoming to a point where I'm like, I don't even want to be that type of person anymore. And that's another thing. People will try to pull you back into this spiral of who you used to be. They want you to yell. They want you to scream. They want you to become volatile. So therefore, once everything settles, it could say, but I wasn't even being that big. Look how they were. Look how they were. And I was starting to see through the veil, like, wow. Every time you turn around, it's like we're going through this argument. We're going through this thing. We're going through this effect. So I just started to feel like I wanted to move. I told my friend, she was saying, that's good because I need somebody to sublease my apartment. I'm going to be getting my own place soon. And I would love for you and your husband and your son to go ahead and sublease because I don't myself want you to move. So I was just thinking, well, shit, this will be great. Like we don't really got to find a place. I already know I can still keep my job. We will be good. This is when we first started to feel like, we wanted to do our own thing. Then my grandmother started getting sick. My grandmother started getting really, really, really sick. I started having, nightmares that my grandmother was going to pass away. And I remember coming into her room one day, I would come in there every single night to check on her, to see if she was going to be okay. And one day she just asked me, she was like, you must be coming in here because you're sensing something. And I was like, yeah, but I really don't want to talk about it. And she was like, no, I need you to tell me. And I was like, well, I just keep feeling like, I keep having these weird dreams. And I told her. So she was like, I'm going to be okay. And I was like, well, this is why I don't want to do nothing. I don't want to move. I don't want to do anything because I don't want to leave you. And so she was saying, I'll be okay, but I'm glad you're still here because, right now my daughter, my aunt was working. She had went back to work and she had started working because one of the arguments between her and her husband was like, you're not working. He always was in competition. He would pair me and my aunt against each other. So if I was working, she had to work. If she was working, he feel like, oh, you ain't doing shit. You need to get up. If I would get my hair done, he would tell me, why you getting your hair done? Because you're not the lady of the house. So then now he's scurrying out trying to get her hair done. It was so crazy. It was so crazy. But this person, this husband of hers, was way more twisted, wires way more caught up than it seemed that my aunt had. And they did some serious trauma bonding. So when he would blow up about the fact that he was taking care of everything and everybody, he would go make my aunt work. And this was one of the times. So my grandmother, she would say, I don't have nobody to be here to help me. And, I don't feel good. So this was one of the things that made me put my bags down. I started feeling like I don't want to leave because I don't want to leave my grandmother and something should happen to her. So we left. We packed up our stuff and we moved all the way out of the state we were moving and moved to another state. And it was a dreadful ride. I remember wanting to pull over every single moment, but feeling like I was being pulled. I felt like someone had literally pulled me and made me come. And here I was, just like the family lapdog coming on back, you know? And I just felt like no one really wanted me to come, but it was like you wanted me to come. And I could never ever understand stand that until I got into my awakening. When I came into my awakening, that's when God showed me everything. I used to feel like, damn, why is it like I'm coming? And it's like I could feel like they need me to come, but it's like I don't really want you to come at all because I can't stand you. When you are an alchemist and you have a abundance around you, when you have a covering over you, when you have an anointing over you, whatever it is that you want to call it, when you have this thing over you, you are going to light up any room you touch. You might have went through your struggle, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. You might have been almost, but you never it went over all the way through. Okay? You might have been almost, but that shit never happened like it could have happened. Okay? Some of you have been through some real big challenging stuff and you don't even look like what you went through. You don't even look like what you went through. You have been through stuff and it was not even what you look like. Okay? You look like you probably went to the spa, baby. You probably look like you didn't have a little trial, but hell no, you ain't have none of that damn tribulation that you talking about. This is the same thing with me. Going through something ever since you were born, walking from being birthed into a place. Okay, a realm with so much turmoil and not even coming out looking like what you've been through. This is a lot of reasons why your ops is mad now, because you don't even look like that shit. Okay, some of you have been through some big, heavy stuff, but you don't even look like it. You don't even look like it because God is saying, this is my covering and this right here, this is my grace. This is my grace. I used to be sick every single day when I was a kid. If you go back in my baby book, you see nothing but me sick and laying around and not feeling well. And I will point to this picture. What's wrong with me? Looking at each picture saying, what's wrong with me here and there? Oh, you wasn't feeling well right here. You had a headache right here. You had hernias right here. You had a stomach problem right here. You had this. Why? Why? Because you got so many people from the moment as a child pulling into your energy. Because people around you will know the anointing and the covering of God's over this kid's life, this life path, this beautiful life path. And they know the anointing over you, but you don't. You don't. Because their job is to keep you feeling low. Their job is to tell you you ain't shit. Their job is to escort you down the path of being a lame, a loser, a hoe, a felon, okay? A baby mama, a baby daddy, okay? This is what they escort you. They will swear up and down, I don't have nothing to do with this. All I've ever done was try to be a co-signer to this person and help them in their life. And that is a lie, and they know it. They know it. They have pointed you in the direction of how to sabotage yourself. They have taught you how to screw your life up. They have given you nothing but the blueprint on how to do it. Some of them intentionally, but honestly, some of them unintentionally. Unintentionally. When you are an alchemist, you might not even know that everything that I touch will turn into gold. That I have the power and I have the power of life and death in my tongue. Okay? That in this life, I will be the first and not the last. You have that power, but it is stripped from you. It is stripped from you. So therefore you will not know. This is a conditioning all the way back down to our ancestors. Let's go back. In everything I speak of, I have got to speak of my ancestors because it is their testimonies that have to shine through first before mine. My ancestors was taught that we were nothing but savage, untrained, ghetto, okay, dumb, reckless, abusive. These are all the things that we were taught because they wanted us to look like we were unhinged. So they will feel like and look like that they were something worth class. Whenever someone is breaking you down, what they are going to do is try to train you to believe that you are nothing. How many people cannot stand up with me to tell this person they nothing? Because they know that a voice is powerful and numbers. So if I could get a lot of people to believe that you are nothing, you're a hoe, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that, then I can have the last laugh. But we don't give a damn in this time, remember? Because this is mask off. My heroes are people like Minty, Harriet Tubman. She knew how to listen to the spirits and say, baby, I know how to get out of here. She was led all the way out of the plantation. Do you hear me? And when she got free, she sat there and she took it in. They called her Moses. Someone asked her, how is it that you are now telling us that you want to go back? And you then went through everything you say you went through in order to get out of there. And she sat there and she said, because how can I be free, truly free? And I know that there are people just like me that's back there stuck. And they want to get out, but maybe they don't even know the way. That's what this is about. Okay? I was an alchemist, but I didn't even know what I was capable of. I gave everything and handed it over to person after person after person, lifting them up, telling them they are capable, that you are this, that you are that. I became the family's mascot. We can do it. Yes, we can. My grandmother was the family's mascot. Remember, she was the one who came in to tell her father, everything's okay. You don't have to whoop us. You don't have to beat us. Let me get you some water, daddy. Let me rub your feet, daddy. Let me put your feet up. And then she had a daughter who was just like this person. So now she has to do this with them. She became her mother within her own life, having to get beat up and raped by men all the time. Then she had children who grew up underneath that same pain, who did their own awful things that grew us, a new generation. I came because I wanted to be around and make sure that my grandmother was okay, but I was unhappy. I was unhappy with my decision, and I knew that I would have to pay for the decision that I made. I gave up my job that I was doing really good at. My husband gave up his job. I packed all my little things and I gave up my friendships and I packed my stuff and I left because I felt like this household would be too heavy to hold on just my grandmother's back, and I didn't want her to go under that level of stress alone. My husband talked to me the whole ride because we rode in our car and they rode together. And he was just like, let's just think positive. This could be a new start for us. This could be this, because that's just, his mindset. He felt like, let's try to make this into something amazing. But I felt like I was once again showing them that I would do and go wherever for them. That I had no desire to be nothing more than just a follower. I felt low. We get to the new house, and her husband, my aunt's husband, had been staying there already. So he had already, kind of like picked out everybody's rooms, and he was telling everybody, they can kind of go see if they wanted to co-sign their rooms. And we find our room. And at this time now, my cousin is dating his girlfriend, and she's also coming with us to help move, my cousin, my aunt's son in. And she was kind of upset that the fact that we would get the bigger room. And my cousin was like, no, it's okay. My cousin has her husband, and, my little cousin, they need this big space. I'm fine with this room. But his girlfriend was very upset. His girlfriend reminded me a lot of his mother. And surprisingly, not too surprisingly, his mother was the one who found his girlfriend. He had an interview at a college, and his mother had set them up and basically started texting the girl from his phone, and that's how they started talking. She kind of like put them together in a relationship, and this girl kind of was like the spinning characteristics of his mother. We picked out our rooms, and we slowly started moving in. At first, like every other place, it was fine. My grandmother's health never really got 100%, but it was good enough to where she would start getting up and moving around and doing certain things. And while everybody would be working, I would help my grandmother. Then my aunt stopped working her job, and she kind of, started staying home. After a while, we started hearing, conversation in the house that my aunt was saying that my aunt's husband's mother wanted to move in. I had never lived with her, and I didn't know what type of thing would I expect, but I knew that if it was anything how he was, that it would be something challenging. Knowing her, through just seeing her passing by, I never sensed anything was off with her, but I would always hear from the family, that being my aunt and my grandmother, because they had lived with her before in one of their places, that she was something was mental illness, that she experienced some type of level of mental illness, and there was something off with her. Now, her son would always say something was not wrong with her. There was nothing wrong with his mother, but they had a very, very volatile and abusive relationship. But he felt like this would be a good opportunity for, my aunt's family and his mother to bond, because they will live in a house together. And that way he can, further help his mother, because they were already taking care of her outside of the home. But it's just that they started feeling like, if I'm going to take care of you outside of the home, just move in. Like I said, at first, I had no problems, because the house was so big that you would really not even see her and whatever she had going on. And first of all, I had no beef with her, so I didn't really care. But my grandmother was very, very upset, because she felt like, her and, her son-in-law's mother did not get along, and she did not want to live in a house with her. And I was feeling like, as long as it wasn't my mother, then I really could care less. Her being there started to become an issue towards the end of me and my husband feeling like we wanted to move out. She would do certain little things, but it was nothing too big. It was more so like childish type of things, like humming real loud, or leaving, something open or a light on, or eating something out the refrigerator that is not yours, or just whatever you feel like it kind of be like nitpicking, like doing little stuff like that. But it was nothing too big for me to say, oh my goodness, this woman is just, unhinged or whatever. My grandmother started quickly feeling like the little things that she was doing was an attack to her. So they would get into it. I remember one day that they got into it so badly that, my aunt's husband's mother, started walking. She started walking down the road from the house and just saying that she just wanted to leave because she was just tired of living in a house with my grandmother. She was saying my grandmother was so fake and she's phony and she's just tired of living with my grandmother. My grandmother finally told me that we were going to have a family meeting. Now, this was one of our famous family meetings that would never dissolve or be any type of resolution to anything. In fact, that these very famous family meetings, there would be fights and bickering, and sometimes people would even get up in the midst of the family meeting and want to fight. I had never been a fan of none of our family meetings because I knew that they did nothing at all. In fact, when I would hear the word family meeting, it would make my stomach hurt so bad that sometimes I thought I suffered from IBS, but it was just stress. So I come upstairs from my room, and my aunt, my grandmother, and my aunt's husband's mother is already in the living room. I'm kind of confused on what am I doing here? I have nothing to do with this. At this moment, I am pregnant and privately keeping my pregnancy to myself. But I'm trying to stay in my room because I knew that my grandmother had such a gift that she would be able to know if you were pregnant, whether God would show her in a dream or she would be able to figure out the way that you would do your body movements or whatever. But she would find out that you was pregnant. So I was trying to stay to myself. My grandmother calls me upstairs and I come in the living room and we're having a meeting. She said, you really don't have anything to do with this meeting, but because of the fact that you're another woman in the house, we as women have to stick together. And so I wanted you at this meeting. So I'm like, okay, I'm gonna just be listening in. My grandmother explains that she's so pissed with my aunt's husband's mother. She's saying that she can no longer share a roof with her. She's just over it. And that's when his mother went into the same thing. She felt the same way. And she even said that she feels like that it's starting to make her see certain things and it's stressing her out. That's when my aunt and her got into an argument because they had never had a really good relationship. My aunt had always felt like his mother was trying to take her husband away from her, and his mother felt like, you're trying to take my son away from me. So they had a very fake relationship. They would act like everything was good, all the while they couldn't stand each other. She says, I never liked you and I never wanted you with my son. But I have no problem with you now. But it seems like now you kind of keep that, trying to put that over my head. My aunt said whatever she said back to her, and they got into it. And this is when his mother says these very words. She's like, last night I had a dream, and I don't really know if it was a dream, but something came in my room, and if you give me a pen and some paper, I can draw what I seen. She draws something, this dark, demon-like figure, and my grandmother started crying, and she looks over to my aunt and said, this is exactly what was in my room the other night when I was trying to talk to you. Now I'm looking like, what the hell is going on? I had always, as a kid, heard about there being something. Okay, my grandmother would say there's this spirit, it's this thing that's been, I feel like, following, me since my father, and it jumped on your mother, and sometimes my grandmother would speak of certain things, but it seemed like ever since I was young, it seemed like no matter how Christian we were, that this darkness, this whatever it was, seems like it was following us, our family. And now they were all trying to now put it on his mother that maybe this was her doings. So I'm sitting there and I'm listening, knowing how my family could be, and they were just like, this is why we don't want to live with her, because she's crazy and this, that, and the third. I told my husband that we need to get out of here because whatever the hell it was, I wanted no parts to do with it. The fake mask was just spilling off again, and now you could see that we were starting to get on each other's nerves. Like, me and my aunt got into an argument before because I didn't like the way she used to speak to my grandmother, and um I'm taking up for my grandmother, and she's upset with me because she feels like I'm in the wrong for saying something. Her husband started with, oh, we need money, we need this, we need that. They started saying that my son couldn't come upstairs and play anymore because they were saying that he was not listening and he was disrespectful and all these things. And we just felt so strained. So me and my husband just started feeling like we wanted to just get the hell up out of there. It's time. We would speak to we would have these little private conversations, and we would be like, it's time. We've been with them for a long time. We wanted to move before we came here. Now we done moved here. Your grandma seems to be doing better. Let's get out of here. And I was ready to. I was so ready to. And then I got pregnant. When I told my husband that I was pregnant, I remember trying to secretly say it on the phone, and my son heard me, and he snatched the phone and said, did mommy just say that she's pregnant? I heard you. You said you were pregnant. And we were so excited. We were so excited. It was just like I was smiling so big from ear to ear that you could not even see that I was not happy, because I was fucking ecstatic. I remember, telling him like, oh my God, I'm pregnant, because all me and my husband did ever since our marriage started to evolve and started to, we were working on our marriage, was want to create a baby. We wanted a baby so bad. And I had never been in a relationship where I wanted a baby and I knew that this person was going to be a great father. So I was elated, I was so excited. I ran upstairs, and I remember telling my grandmother and my aunt in the kitchen, like, I'm pregnant. And they had just came from grocery shopping, and my aunt looked at me and was like, what? It took my level of happy from here all the way down. I felt like me being pregnant meant to them like, oh, this baby's gonna have to be here, and this is more that we're gonna have to do. But little did they know that meant none of that, because I wanted to get out of their house fast, quick, fast, in a hurry. You know, my aunt started to become very venomous. She started to become very venomous, very angry, very mean, very snotty. I started getting treated like shit. It was like from the moment that I said I was pregnant, that meant war. And this was a type of war that I had never seen, not even from my grandmother. My grandmother started treating me weird. And I had always heard from my mother and my aunt that when anybody got pregnant around my grandmother, that she just went into this rage. But I was a grown woman and I was married. But for whatever reason, my grandmother was very, very, very upset. She was very upset. And I had seen her like this before when I told her I was pregnant with my son. But at that time, I took it as, okay, you're upset because I'm in this abusive relationship with this guy, and I just told you guys I'm pregnant. But this time I could not understand why you are upset, because I'm in a happy space in my life. And little do you know, we're about to leave this place as well. I started to stay in my room. I stayed in my room every single day, and I started just feeling very ostracized. I wasn't keeping my son upstairs. Me and him would sit downstairs and watch movies and play video games. And when my husband would come in, he would ask me, did I eat? I would tell him no. And if I did eat, they would give me like 2 McChickens and a fry. So I would have to share, my McChickens and my fry with my son. Sometimes I would give my son all of it, so he could eat. But I was, being treated really bad. I started talking back to my mother at this time on the phone, and she would say, this is why I wish you were out here, because I feel like they're trying to be mean to you on purpose, because your grandmother can't stand, women when they're pregnant. I feel like it has a lot to do with me and your aunt, because we got pregnant so young. And she would say, you'll be okay. Just, I'll send you some food. I'll send you some food to their house, or maybe I'll, send, whatever to, your husband so he can get something if y'all don't have it. But I don't like the fact that they're treating you like that, especially, my sister. She was like, my sister's really jealous and she's probably upset because you're pregnant and she can't have kids anymore. So I used to just speak to my mother, and I used to feel like, you know what, this is just becoming crazy. Like, I'm just sick and tired of all of it. After I leave this house, I'm done. I'm not talking to nobody. And what I meant was I was done with everybody, even my mother included, because I just felt like it was just a circle. Like, we would just keep going around and round and round in this dumb ass spiral. And I was just ready to get off of the ride. My husband started telling me, he was going to find a place and we were going to move. And in the middle of the night, I started having these really bad pains. They got progressively worse. I just felt like, my body was just going through this really bad cramping. And when I when I turned on the light in the room, I saw nothing but blood. I called my grandmother downstairs, and, me and my husband get ready. We go to the hospital to find out that I was having a miscarriage. Having a miscarriage was like an outer body experience. It was like I was doing something, but watching myself doing it, if that makes sense. I was experiencing so much pain. I was, having contractions and everything, as if you are pushing this great big old baby out, but I was passing the fetus. I passed two fetus. I remember the doctor came in and told me that, they were going to go ahead and get my discharge papers. They would call me within a couple of days to see how I was doing, and that I could go ahead and get ready to go. I was numb. I had just had a miscarriage, and I felt like this was everything that everybody had wanted. Matter of fact, I knew it was everything that everybody had wanted. Before having my miscarriage, we had basically stopped talking to my aunt and her husband. He was becoming unhinged. Him wanting a baby so badly started becoming the talk of the house, and how he wanted a baby so badly. My grandmother started saying, well, he's upset because he wanted a baby. Your aunt had a abortion and now they think that she can't have children anymore. He was so pissed off and so enraged. She started telling me that me being pregnant in the house was making her, feel bad, and that she wishes that she can have a baby now, and how her husband is younger and she being older, she can't have any more kids. It was so much stress and so much tension that me and my husband was under. This was one of the reasons why we were moving in the first place. So when we had the miscarriage, now suddenly everybody was crying and hugging and meeting us at the door when we came from the hospital. It was giving bullshit. I was always going through pain, so I never saw it. I never saw it. I never saw the jealousy. I never saw the envy. I never saw the rage. I never saw the destiny swapping. I never saw none of that shit. I sat in this family for so long, and I never seen any of it because I felt like, let me give it some type of funky name, like, oh, this person just feels this. Because in your mind, you feel like this is your family. This is your only family you have. This is the only person, or this is my first love, or this is my this. So you never want to label it the things that you would label it from strangers that's out in the street. But it was the very same people that I shared a bloodline with that had the targets on my fucking back. And when I looked to my left and my right to see who the shooters were, it was the very same people that I once had called family. My aunt was upset. She was enraged. She wanted to remain youthful in his eyes. And so for someone to come around and you are having babies and I'm not doing that, it is showing that I do not have this youth. That's how she felt. That's how she felt. It was not so much of the baby. It was the way that she would now have to look in front of him. My grandmother raised my aunt's kids. My grandmother. She raised both of them. She raised me and she raised all of her grandkids. She did that. She didn't have a husband. She didn't have a boyfriend. She didn't have a life because she gave up her entire life to sit back and to raise the little bit of raising that we did have. That's where the fuck it came from. It was not none of these people who felt like I'm doing all of this shit that I'm doing, so therefore I can raise my kids. It wasn't from you guys. My aunt was pissed off because she felt like now here's somebody in my house having babies, something that I'm not doing. I knew this, and I could sense it more now than ever. I didn't understand where this shit was coming from. My mother kept on telling me over the phone that this was her and this is how she had been. And she knew one day that I would finally see. But I didn't even know what the hell was happening. I couldn't even grasp what was happening. I had always seen my mother to be who she was, but I had never seen this wolf in these sheep clothing. I felt like, damn, is this because of the fact that I did what I did with that minor? Are you upset because of the fact that I didn't let you live out your predator dream with this minor? Was this because of the fact that I was a young kid and I came and moved in the house with your mother? What were these arrows for? My aunt treated me like shit once I found that I was pregnant. And then once I lost the baby, she pretended to care and tried to give me her shoulder. Me and my husband moved. We finally found the place and we got into our apartment with me switching numbers around so therefore we can get approved. And by the grace of God and the goodness of the leasing agent, we were able to get into our 2-bedroom townhouse apartment. Man, we moved at nighttime. We started packing up all our stuff and we just started throwing them into sheets and inside of blankets and moving because we didn't have enough money to afford boxes, let alone hefty bags. Okay. So we bagged up everything inside of, suitcases or whatever we had. And we smashed that stuff down inside of our car that had no tag on it because we had an expired license at this moment, and we put it inside of our car. The only people who offered to help was my cousin and my my cousin and my aunt's husband's mother. I didn't really too much want her to help because that meant that she would have to get in the car and come over to my apartment. And I wanted my place to be non-known. I had told my husband I want to move somewhere and they not know because I feel like every time I try to do this shit, I come back. He was like, no, babe, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Just let them help because we moved that night because my husband just had got off work and he was only going to have one day, which was going to be to the next day off. So we had to do it this day. So he let them come, they came, they dropped stuff off with my aunt and my grandmother's sour face. I said later and I jumped in my car and I left. I was 3 months pregnant with my new baby when I left. We didn't tell anybody that I was pregnant. I didn't want anybody to know that I was pregnant. I didn't want anybody to know that I was pregnant because I felt like them knowing that I'm pregnant and we are about to leave, this is going to be something else that could be devastating. I carried my son and I carried him and I was successful within that pregnancy, although I became gestational, but I carried that pregnancy all the way through with high range of success because of the fact that I was not around my family. I was starting to see the pattern. Sometimes you have to ask yourself, what two things are the same? I started doing that. I started seeing that there were a few things that's the same. Okay. Okay. And I started making like a mental list of what happens when I leave versus what happens when I stay. And I started telling my husband, like, you know what? Everything's been going good. Everything's been going great. We need to stay the fuck away. We need to stay away. We need to stay away. What was good in our relationship before we started, getting with this family, bringing our families in? And he was like, we kind of did our own thing. Right. This is what we need to do again. But things started to slowly decline. My husband started to have work problems and everything. And this was around the time when I started to make up and started letting my family come over to my apartment. I started letting my family come over to my apartment, and I started having these thoughts of, maybe I need to call my grandmother. Maybe I need to. And this was the thing. I would always feel like I need to talk to my grandmother. I will always feel like I need to have some type of connection to my grandmother. So I started wanting to call my grandmother, started wanting to see how she was doing. So, I would talk to her and I would tell her, how I was doing. And she would say, you need to talk to your aunt. We're family. You need to talk to your aunt. So this started making me, pull back into my family and having them to come back in my life. This was around the time when my aunt and my grandmother started coming over to my apartment. They would come over and they would say like, oh, we're coming to see the baby. My aunt always wanted to hug the baby and see, my son. And they would say how cute my apartment was. But I could always see that there was like some underlying type of, it's cute, but I'm mad that it's cute. Like I'm not happy that you're doing well. Okay. I'm not happy that you're well at all. I am really coming here to see how you're doing because we want to see are you're doing fucked, because we wish that you would be doing bad on your own. So therefore we could go back in our house and we can all sit back and talk and say, oh, they're doing bad. But this was not what they could say. So it was more like I'm going to say I'm happy, but I'm really not happy. My husband's sister moved in with us. And this is one of the things that taught me about having family and having family move in with you. Things at first was great, and to be honest, this was my aunt's idea. She, I was talking to her on the phone one day, and I was telling her, I really wish that I could have somebody here to help me, to help me with the baby, to help me with certain things. And she was saying, how about you have, your husband's sister come move in? She was saying that she was telling you, she wanted to move out there, and, you and her get along so well. So why don't you have her come move in? And I was just like, okay, yeah, you know what? Good. So, me and my husband, and her spoke about it, and she was like, yeah, she said she would get back to us. But one night she was like, y'all suggested it. And I actually think, yeah, I might come and move with you guys. Her moving in, I slowly learned a lot about family and having family move in with you. And so did my husband. That was another big learning lesson for us. It caused us to get far behind in bills. When you have more people come in, now you have bigger bills. And I think this was something that was trying to be taught to us by my family, because that was one of the things that my aunt would say, having a lot of people move in with you, you have to pay more bills. You have to pay more bills. But we never faced any type of eviction, although we noticed, but we would never have to get evicted. We ended up having to move out of this apartment because, like I said, it was hard. It was hard for us trying to withstand the bills. It was hard for us. The apartment started to become real ghetto and hood. People were getting, unalived in the back. It was a lot of stuff that was going on. And now I had two boys and Also, I was working and my husband was not, because after I had my middle son, every single time you turn around, we were being hit with, now my husband is facing not being able to keep a job. And that was also something. It was like a effect of, have this person not be able to take care of the household, so there it could constantly be a thing. But I would get up and say F that, and I would get a job, you know. And so we were always be like that, and Source kept us on our toes. That's what I'm saying. Source kept us on our toes the entire time we were in that apartment. I would walk through and I started covering. This is when, you know, I started buying sage. I knew nothing about sage. I didn't know nothing about none of this stuff, but I had started, you know, buying sage. I had saw online how it said sage removes negative spirits. And so I'm thinking, okay, well, I didn't had, you know, family come move in, and we weren't doing so well. We didn't got into arguments up in this house and everything. And, you know, I know that I'm also carrying a lot of shit. My husband, so let's sage. So I'm just saging sage. I used to burn the carpet up, have little spots of burnt little balls in the carpet, because I would be up in there saging so much. And I remember towards the end of time, when my husband's sister was living with us, she would run outside the apartment and she would throw up. She'll be like, every time I come in here, I throw up. But I didn't notice until my awakening that, damn, what I was doing, I was saging. But I would always sage, and I had started covering, you know. Although my mother was very abusive, like I said, one of the things that I had always remembered was her, you know, covering. Some of the times when she would cover and we didn't have no food, you know, food would happen. I remember that my grandmother had a relationship with God. I remember, even though my aunt was whatever, she had a relationship, some type of relationship with God. So me always knowing that, okay, I know that I'm not Christian, but I do know that I love God. I had always kept that connection, I left that line available to God. So I would be up in my apartment covering so hard sometimes while I was pregnant that I would be throwing up, and I would you know, cover my son, cover my stomach, cover my husband, cover our place that we were never going to have to move. You know, I would cover down. And this was one of the things that I know kept us with a roof over our head. I know that because God's covering, Source's covering, is making sure that even though the weapons are being formed, I am going to protect you, even though you don't even know. You see, you don't even know the half of it, but I am going to protect you in the midst of this storm. So even though we were getting hit, even though the eviction notice was on the door, even though we sometimes would be eating ramen, even sometimes we would be up in there trying to order a pizza. That was one of our flex days, to order some Domino's. We would be up in there trying to do that and watch movies to keep our son entertained. That this would not always be our life. You know, we have been doing that since we became a couple. Since we became a couple, this was one of the reasons why we were living with my family, because we were being hit constantly, with it always being something happening with finances. But I always knew that no matter what, if I covered and if I kept myself connected to God, that things would be okay. When I would get to a point where I would forget, my grandmother, she would remind me, are you covering? You know, did you talk to God? Sometimes I would get so mad at her. I would want her to fix my situation so quickly. I would say, no, I want you to give me something. I want you to give me more than what you're saying, but not noticing at that moment, to be honest, I am giving you everything that has held my head upon water. I would cover, and even still now, knowing that God is my strength, God is my source from which my help comes from. I connect to God. Not everything that is giving from your generation is a curse, and it is a hex, and it's something bad. I speak of the good things that has been created within me from my line as well, and having a connection with God, although sometimes we forgot of our power, we forgot of our strength, we forgot of our goddess and God energy. One thing that I can say about my family, even though they were they had even fucked up cards dealt and didn't even know how to play the game because they were not in tune and not connected in the right way, because that shit was stripped. It was stripped from generations. This is what we're talking about. It's not just this. My lineage have had to do this shit again and again and again, and we've all played different versions. Maybe I was not this role in another life. Maybe I had another role. But this title, this script, it has been written time and time again. It was just who is picking up. Who is picking up? There are certain things that you're now paying attention to in your life, and you're starting to do just like I was doing. You're starting to pay attention to, damn, I'm starting to put two and two together, that this happened and that happened and this happened and that happened and now this happened. Shit, Nick, this is like a cycle. Yes, that's what it's called, a cycle. It keeps happening and happening and happening and happening until you say, finally, I'm done. Let me break this. And yes, it's hard. It is hard. It's the twilight zone. If you get yourself out of that, you are strong, baby. You are. But God is saying, I know that you're capable of doing it. I had to put my pride to the side, although I wanted to scream, yell, and throw a tantrum and curse my own self out. I packed my stuff crying. I was crying. I packed tears in those boxes, literally. I cried and put every piece of my things in my boxes, knowing that I was going to go back into having to go to bed at a certain time. I couldn't cook in the kitchen. I had to be treated a certain way because I love my husband. Now I'm going to have to dial my relationship down because my aunt and her man don't get along so well. And I'm going to have to tell my son to, not say certain things because you can't do that stuff and say that stuff. And I don't want, somebody else's kid to feel bad, or I don't want you to be acting this way. Now I had to be tough and rough and be macho and try to pull my family back together again. Now I had to dumb myself down and dim my light again. Now I had to pretend again. Now I had to put the mask back on again. That shit was weighing upon me. Every moment of me putting something in that box, I've put my tears in those boxes. I was low. I was low. Me and my husband had a really big fight before we left, and I remember throwing glass and shattering it, saying that I was so over him and over the situation because I felt like, now it's not me in the quicksand, it's you here with me. And once upon a time you were pulling me out of here, and now you're sitting here and you're dissolving down to the bottom with me. I felt like I was never going to break this. It would always be this way. Me coming back, me doing this cycle, me pretending not to know certain things, me pretending not to act like shit wasn't exposed and it was, me pretending. I was so tired of wearing that fucking mask. It was smothering my face. But yet again, I was going to have to do it, because if I didn't, where would I live? Where would I lay my head? I had given myself so much. I had given my family so much strength and so much hold over my life and over my marriage. My aunt was doing my taxes. She had access to my social security numbers and everything. My My grandmother knew everything about me and my marriage because I would tell each and every last one of them personal things between me and my husband. I had became so open that there was nothing that they had to really squeeze out of me, that there was nothing they used to have to really pay for in order to create me to be stuck underneath magic, because I was consuming magic for so long, so much spell work for so long, that I became see-through. I became see-through. I was able to be see-through. They seen everything. They knew everything. I kept nothing. Nothing. And when I thought that I was keeping something to myself, they would mind manipulate me in order for me to give it up to at least one of them, for them to get on the phone and give it to each other. And to, before you knew it, everybody knew. So going back into this dynamic, I knew this was what I was going back into. I knew that that meant that I would have to now pretend that I didn't know nothing about none of this. That I would have to act like that everything that had been happening wasn't happening all over again. This was what I was going back into, because I felt like if I don't, I'll be homeless. We moved back in, and that day was pitiful. I remember my father-in-law telling us, like, I'm going to get a house, and when I get a house, I think you guys should come and you should move with me, because you seem like you want to not be with your family, and I want you guys not to be with your family too. I was actually happy. I was wishing that he would have said that he got the place so we could just be done, because I did not want to move back into the house with my family. You know, we pulled up to the house with our stuff in our U-Haul, and, you know, my grandmother and aunt stood at the door watching us, telling us to make sure we don't roll on the lawn. And, you know, my cousin helped us take our stuff out the car and then out of the U-Haul and tug it upstairs to my grandmother's old bedroom that she had given us. And we put our things down, with our things spilling all out into the hallway. And I looked around at what would be my room for I don't know how long. And I cried. I cried. You can tell from their faces that they were upset that we had so much stuff, because my grandmother kept saying, wow, you know, y'all need a storage unit. Y'all need a storage unit. And I just felt like that meant that I was going to have to now throw some more of my things away. But I had remembered how my mother had felt each and every time she had done this. My mother would always have to come back and move in with my grandmother. I remember as a kid, us always constantly having to move back with my grandmother. Constantly. You know, no matter how much my mother tried to get away from them, my grandmother, my aunt, and the family, she would always fail, and we would have to come back and move in with my grandmother. I started to feel like, was this a cycle? I don't know who's the originator of pulling the strings, or who is the one who needs who. But what I know is that ever since I was a little girl, I would see my mother need my grandmother, and my grandmother got off on her needing her. She got off on it. She got off on the fact that my daughter needs me. My youngest daughter needs me. She would be so upset sometimes that my uncle could find his way. She would be so upset that he knew how to survive without her. Sometimes if he had a girlfriend and he was doing good, my grandmother would talk about the person so badly, because she felt like, wow, how dare you now find somebody and you don't need me. It was mind-boggling to her for her to not be needed. So my mother played into her addiction. Her addiction was to be needed, and my mother wanted someone. And my mother, she wanted someone. She needed someone. She needed to have someone to pick her up and to help her get her way and make sure that she had a head on, her head is on her shoulders and a house was over her and food on her plate and all the nice trinkets and things. And this was exactly what my grandmother was willing to offer because she loved to be needed. Their dynamic was toxic and it worked for them for a long time. So my grandmother and her would fight and she would call her out of her name and my mother would call her out of her name. But guess what they shared? The same toxic attraction for this chaos, this mess. This was the same relationship that my grandmother had with her other daughter. Oh, I need you because this thing happened to me when I was young. And oh, I want you to need me because I've never felt like I mattered. I've never felt like I mattered since I was a kid. So this toxicity created this this weighing hex that seemed like every time that you tried to get your shit together, you were pulled back into this warp, this crazy dynamic of a family, this cult. I told myself 6 months and out. Now, do you hear me, self? I said 6 months and out. I sat my husband down. I got my two boys together and I said, I am doing 6 months and out. I don't want you to start trying to misbehave. Don't start trying to do certain. I channeled my womb donor so much at this time, but I had the same type of structure that she had. I knew no way in no hell of how the fuck to get out of this everlasting quicksand, this twilight zone, this spiraling web, this psychosis that we was in. But one thing I knew was that I was so ready to be relieved of it. I was saving my money and I was putting together a plan, and I told myself 6 months and I'm out. But then God said, COVID. So COVID happened, right? And it stopped everything. It put everything to an immediate pause. I mean, jobs, the hospital, the fire department, even 911 was functioning different at this time. Everybody was losing somebody. And if anything meant anything to you, then you would definitely make it a value right now. And you would try to heal that thing because life was really short and it was showing you that at this moment. People were going crazy, but then people were also going sane. There were people that were studying and getting into holistics and getting into self-health and getting into themselves right now because mental illness was at an all-time high. I myself was going through a lot. I was going through a lot mentally, and I was going through a lot physically, emotionally. I was now stuck in a position that I did not want to be stuck in. And now 6 months was going into who the hell knows when, because the world was different at this moment. And although I wanted to get the hell away from my family and never look back, I kind of felt like maybe I need to put that to the side and try to fix shit. So we all started, trying to do better. As a family, they decided to create a Bible study where they could learn about the Bible. My uncle was trying to convert everyone over to becoming Israelite. He wanted everybody to know that there was more than what you were thinking and more than what you felt. And I could get with it because I had already felt like Christianity was never really for me. So I was down with it, but then there were certain things that I did not want to be a part of. I felt like every time we had tried to do this family thing, this get together, this all of us type of thing, that something would always break out. So I felt like I don't want nothing to do with it. So I let them do their Zoom meetings that they would have, and they would do Bible study. But as far as me and my aunt, my grandmother, we became somewhat of a dynamic, some type of family. We would save up and put all of the things in the pantry, make sure that we were all wiped down, stuff was sprayed and clean and sanitized for when we went out grocery shopping for COVID. And we really, really started trying to connect in a different type of a way. And my grandmother was saying that she was so happy that we started doing that, but we needed to incorporate my mother somehow, because she really wanted the family to try one more time, trying to connect to each other, especially now that we were going through COVID. I didn't think that it was a good idea, because every time we tried that shit in the past, it didn't work. But she was saying that, because of the fact that we went through this, that we needed to try to connect in this type of a way. So my mother and my grandmother and my aunt, they started talking a lot more, and they all started doing their Bible studies. But around this time, I started to get really sick, and it went from me being able to hold down my job with no problem to now I was getting sick, skipping days because I'm waking up late. I was throwing up and sleeping all the time. And my grandmother made a joke and said, "I hope you're not pregnant." And lo and behold, I take a pregnancy test, and boom, me and my husband was pregnant. I was creeped out. I was scared, I was frightened, and I was also having PTSD, because I was thinking about everything that I had went through prior living with them in the house before with my husband, and us getting pregnant and losing that baby. I kept feeling like I don't want to do this. I just think it's not going to be good. It's going to make up a lot of attention. My aunt, and she don't like when there's a lot of attention on my side. And I feel like if I get pregnant, that puts attention over here at me. And every time I would get pregnant, her husband would be so happy, wanting to touch my stomach and buy me things. And it will also make my husband feel uncomfortable. So I was just like, I just don't want this attention. And I kept telling my husband, I don't want to do this. But we decided to go ahead and to have that baby. So we told our parents, and the first person we told was his mother. She was excited, as to be expected. She was so excited. She kept saying, "I'm so happy. I cannot wait. I love babies." And then we called my mother. And when I told my womb donor, she was excited too. She kept saying, "I'm so excited." And same thing, "I can't wait to see the baby." But before she got off the phone, she was like, "You're going to have to move now, right?" And I said, "Yeah, I know." She said, "Because your aunt cannot stand when somebody is pregnant." She was like, "Because that's going to start to get the attention of your grandmother, and she can't stand that." At that moment, I never understood what my mother was saying to me. I used to hear my mother say certain things like this all the time, and I would take it as a grain of salt, whatever. You know what I'm saying? But sometimes in life, we have these people, like we have a mother or a father, aunt, uncle, grandpa, grandma, who will be in our lives, and they're trying to warn us, but we feel like, "Oh no, you're just a crazy auntie," or "You're the crazy blah blah blah," or "You're the drunk something." We don't really know that maybe their trauma and the way that their scars look today has everything to do with what they are telling you. I used to sit back and hear my mother say certain things, and I would take it as a grain of salt, because I'm thinking, I now don't F with you. Now I grew up, and I'm recognizing that you put me through trauma. So everything that they're saying could be plausible, because look what you've done to me. Look how you've made me feel. Not in really understanding that in their way of not knowing how to properly explain or to get there, to have you understand what they're saying. Okay. So in their way of them trying to get you to understand might not be proper, but there is truth to what they are saying. Okay, there was a lot of truth to the things that my mother said about my grandmother and my aunt, that my grandmother said about my mother and my aunt, that my aunt said about my mother and my grandmother. There was a lot of truths, okay? But the way that they would express themselves due to their trauma, it leaked poison. And it never was something that I wanted to take. I never, especially at this moment coming from my mother, because I felt like that I would never be in this position if it was for the fact that me and you had a good relationship. And I would always remind her of how of a unjust mother that she was. But honestly, your mothering was the mothering that you was able to give me, because this was the mothering that you had. Maybe you felt like you wasn't doing XYZ. You didn't do these things to me. No, I didn't get beat up in front of y'all. I showed myself to be a strong mother. I will beat this person up, but we still grew up in a house of abuse. Okay? No, this man wasn't beating us, and we wasn't running around in the streets, and we wasn't doing a lot of things, but we were scared of you. Okay, so sometimes your trauma can make you think that I'm doing something right when really you still are not getting it. You're not getting it. And this is exactly what I have learned within my life. There were so many times that I was in this quicksand with everybody else. And I used to think that, okay, whatever you're saying, whatever to what you're saying. But this was something of God is saying, hey, are you picking up? The first time that I got that message and I woke up and had that Kundalini experience was not the first time God tried to call me. That was just the first time that I heard clearly and said, okay, I see what's happening. The reason why I kept getting bust over my head over and over again within this story is because I was not taking heed to the cause, just like everybody else. My mother told me that it was going to be like this in the house because of the fact that now I was back in that house. She was saying that they could now take your money just like they used to do me in the past, and they can make sure that their bills is paid and your life is going to crumble down. And now you can't do nothing but live in that house. This is how they want you. I would hear her say these things, but I felt like no, because your life was such a way, and you was a tyrant, that everything that you're saying has got to be a lie. I felt like my mother didn't know what she was talking about. I brushed it off and I was like, I chalk it up to, you are trying to be jealous again. You're jealous because I'm in the house with my grandmother and my aunt, and we are all getting along. Everything is going good, and we're starting to be a family, And now my aunt was buying my newborn baby clothes, and she was getting real close to my 2-year-old at this time. And everything was looking and sounding like it was good. We were eating dinners together and watching movies and going out because COVID started to open up more, and things were moving in looking like they were fine. I felt like my mother didn't know what she was talking about, and I just brushed it off. And I just kept living my life. They kept doing their meetings on Zoom. Days kept going past and kept going by. And the more days went by, the more I got pregnant, and the more that created me to stay glued to my bed. I started getting really, really sick, but I was really, really, really sick. And this sickness was whooping my ass. Like, I wasn't able to get out of my bed for no type of seconds. So once I would get out the bed, boom, I'll be right back in the bed because I was so sick. I would get lightheaded. I couldn't breathe. I had shortness of breath, and I would become so swollen. And my husband, at this time, he's now working. So I'm barely seeing him because it's when he's home, I'm sleeping, and when I'm not sleeping, he's at work. So I started becoming really sick, and at this time, my aunt was taking care of my 2-year-old downstairs in her room. My grandmother would kind of be helping me while I was pregnant, and my son would be with his cousin that was my aunt's son around his age. I was never really able to come out from my bed. My grandmother would tell me, you need to get up, you need to move around, you need to do this, don't stay in this bed. But I would feel so sick, and I would just stay in my bed. My doctor told me that I was gestational again, and I wasn't shocked because just like with my son, I was gestational, and I knew I had not been eating my best, so I knew that this meant that I was going to become gestational. But she told me that I was going to have to go a little bit higher up on your medication. She went higher up on my medication, and that night I went into labor. I went into labor, and I started to contract and dilate early, and I was losing blood, and my husband and us rushed to the emergency room. When I got to the hospital, the doctors told me and my husband that I was going into premature labor, and I was 2 months early. So this meant that my daughter would have to stay at NICU. I was sad seeing my baby girl in that state. Was, you know, it was very strengthening, but it was very sad in a way. Seeing my baby girl in that state, it was a lot. To have to see them bang on her chest because she was losing oxygen and all the different things that they would have to do. But it was everything that we were facing within that time. My husband lost his cousin the day after I gave birth, and then 2 days after that, he lost his father in a trucking accident that would take his father out of here, causing him to lose his life. We had lost our baby living in the house with my family, and I felt upset with myself because I felt like now here I was having to go through seeing my child be in NICU, having to have lost my father-in-law and my husband's cousin. I was enraged. But I held that inside of me. I held it because I didn't want anybody to see that I was feeling this way, because I knew what happened before, that this would cause them to feel like, oh, maybe it's time for you to move out. And I was nowhere ready to be able to move out. My daughter was in NICU. My husband was trying to fight to keep his job, because every time you turned around, we had built up appointments due to her being in NICU, and now due to me being sick. At first, I left the hospital and I became swollen. I went back and they told me, okay, you might have caught gangrene. This had happened with me before. Same thing with my oldest son. I got gangrene and had to be in the hospital and almost lost my life. Okay. The same thing happens, but my doctor tells me, no, we caught it just in time. All you need is antibiotics. I go home, start taking those antibiotics, and I get sick again. Have to go back to the hospital for them to tell me the antibiotics, it caused you to, wasn't caught in time. So now you have a bacteria that caused you to now have pneumonia. That pneumonia went from it being on one side to spreading to the other side. And now I'm being told by my doctors that I have double walking pneumonia. Every time I was pregnant, there was always some weird shit that would happen that would cause me to be in the hospital fighting for not just my life, but also fighting for the life of my baby too. When I was with my mother and living with her, I fell down the steps not once, but twice. One time, that time almost killed me and almost took my baby up out of here too. But I left with a broken knee that would one day heal and I would need no surgery. And my baby was nothing happened, but they balled up and went into protective position. But in that pregnancy, there was one thing after another after another. In that pregnancy, I got gangrene that spread from each side of my incision, from my doctors trying to figure out how in the hell would this have happened to me. I'm in the hospital fighting for my life, and my warlock is standing over me with paperwork asking me to sign over my rights if something should happen. And my mother was not saying that my child is going to live. She was also fighting, saying, if anybody gets the baby, it would definitely not be you. It would be me. This was not the first time that I had to fight, literally fight, to make sure that me and my child made it out. My son was being diagnosed with some type of cancer that doctors were saying he would have to face for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life. With people coming over to my apartment all the time, my child ended up getting sick. Getting sick. There would be things like this that would be happening to me, and I would always feel like, what in the fuck is going on? But this would be the thing that would always be the cure. Me covering over my child's head each and every day, making sure that he is being protected, that no weapon that is formed against him shall prosper, binding up every single demon's hands, making sure that they are glued to their seats was the reason why my child health turned around. And the doctors told me that his vitals and his nutrition levels went up so fast, faster than they had ever seen. And I knew this was by the grace and the goodness of God. This was not the first time that I would have to battle being a pregnant new mother. This was not the first time. Some of you are battling every day. You are wondering, why does my child stay sick? Or why do I stay sick? Why am I not feeling well? Why is this happening? Why do I keep on losing? Why is this, that, and the third? Yes, it has a lot to do with the things that you're choosing, but pay attention to what you're choosing. Pay attention to what you're choosing. Yes, you're making the poor choice. Yeah. But what are you choosing? What are you choosing? Some of you are choosing the same shit that your mama chose and your grandma chose and your granddaddy and your auntie and your uncle. And you're not paying attention to the generational curse. You're not paying attention to the links. You're not paying attention to it. Some of you feel like you got allergies and you're allergic to certain shit, but this is not an allergy or allergic to nothing. This is a sickness that's being performed over your head. Some people keep saying, oh, that boy always been this. He always go. This is the curse. Okay, those cackling grandmas that sit up on the phone and all they got to do is talk about somebody in the family, they're throwing evil eyes. That cousin who always got something to say, oh, she ain't never going to be nothing, you are trying to curse her. And the family is unaware that this is what we're doing. And some of them are aware of the shit that they're doing. Those are the motherfucking ringleaders. The one that's sitting back that's knowing and acting like they don't know, that's the ringleader. And the ones that's sitting there now soaking that shit up and now you spreading this toxic, you are a pawn. You are somebody that they have now sat and used and felt like, I'm going to download my programming to you. So now you can go do my dirty work. So even when I'm gone up out of here, this shit will be the generational curse. It will be the generational curse. I was not able to stay in the light and see that this shit was all ring around the motherfucking rosy. All of it. All of it. And when you pay attention, you will see that this is the chain. Oh, grandma never left and neither have I. Maybe you should be the one that pack your shit and say bye. Bye.